if we remember it. So yeah, overall the terms are much longer. So we're generally in Cambridge for most of the year, and the holidays are a lot shorter. But I did find that because the terms are a lot longer, it means that the workload is a lot more spread out, and it's a bit more of a it's not as a sort of content heavy, because you're spending a lot more time on the wards, on placement, things like that. So we tend to rotate throughout different placements throughout 4th, 5th, and 6th year. And those can be in Cambridge, in Addenbrooke's hospital, or they can be in regional placements. As you can see on the map here, these are all the places we can get sent to on placement, which sometimes can be quite long commute, but it's good that we get accommodation during our time on placement at the hospital. And these are some of the topics that we cover in each clinical year. And we also do GP in all 3 years. So I've just started my GP placement in 6th year, and it's quite fun because we get given our own clinics, we get to see our own patients, and then discuss it with the GP afterwards. So you do feel quite independent and sort of put those skills you've been learning into practice. Yeah, so these are some of the regional placements we can get. So I've been in King's Lynn and Ipswich so far. And the teaching style in the clinical part of the course is very different as well. It's a lot more focused on experiential learning by spending time on the wards, in clinics, in theatres, in GP practices, on placement, and just learning by observing, and then also hopefully getting a chance to see patients and doing some practical skills on the ward. We learn taking histories and examining patients. There are a lot fewer lectures as well, but we do have sort of seminars and occasional supervisions, communication skills and practical skills teaching spread throughout the year. And the exams are also quite different. So we have a multiple choice and a short answer question paper. Well, that's in 5th year. They're quite different every year, but it's kind of a mix of, again, multiple choice or short answer questions and practical exams, which are kind of like simulated patient scenarios where we go around to different stations and interact with actors that are pretending to be patients, and get examined on that. So yeah, overall, the clinical part of the course is focused on applying what we've learned from preclinical and getting more confident with the practical side of things. And yeah, that's all I think I had to say about the course structure. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I don't think I have time to answer any now, but I'll pass over to Emily to go over some myths about the Cambridge course structure. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Emma. Yeah, I'm just gonna share my screen to move on to talking about some myths. Cool, can everyone see that and hear me? Okay. So yeah, as I said, I'm going to be talking about some myths about the course. Yeah, so myth number 1 is that Cambridge is super hard and all you do is work. So yes, Cambridge is hard, but there is plenty of time for fun too. So the course is difficult and it is designed to be so. Ignoring like the actual course content, as Emma mentioned, Cambridge terms are 8 weeks long, whilst at other unis, their terms are 10 weeks long or more. So in of itself, you have to fit 10 weeks medical school content into 8 weeks, which does make Cambridge more intense due to the length of the term. And the course content itself is very sciencey and very theory-based, and it goes into the theory at a deeper level compared to other medical schools. But if you are interested in applying to Cambridge, hopefully this theory intense course appeals to you. But saying all that, there is still plenty of time in your timetable for societies and having fun. You don't get as much homework compared to school. So you get super work, but generally this tends to be about an hour of work for each supervision. So in first year, for example, you have 3 supervisions a week. So you probably have max about 3 hours of super work to do each week. The only other work which you have to do is revise and prepare for the exams at the end of the year, the bulk of which you do in the holidays. So in term time, once lectures are over for the day, you do have plenty of time to do other non-course related things. I also cannot stress how important a work-life balance is. You simply wouldn't get through the course if all you did was work, because it would be way too intense. So unless you have a SUPO, your evenings and weekends are free. And this is when a lot of societies or colleges run activities. From my own experience, in my first year, I was in orchestra, choir, college netball, college rowing, and I went out once a week. So there is plenty of time to have fun as well. Generally across Cambridge, and not just in medicine, I'd say that the general attitude is work hard, play hard. When people are working and in exam term, people do knuckle down. But on the flip side, that means that we do know how to have fun as well. So myth number 2, your college matters a lot because you get different teaching quality dependent on college. This is completely wrong. Colleges might approach supervisions differently, but that does not mean that one college is better than another from like a course and learning perspective. Everyone, no matter what college, gets the same lectures and practicals by the same teachers. So the core curriculum is the same for everyone because that's organised by the medical faculty of the whole university. What does change is the supervisions that you get, because this is organised by your college. So each college will have a different set of supervisors, have a different number of supos a week, have different supo schedules, have different amount and type of work to do for each supo, etc., etc. But whilst all this is different per college, this does not mean that the overall quality of supervisions varies that much college to college. Each college will have both really good supervisors and not so good supervisors. And just because one college is having lots of supos a week and doing something very different to your college does not mean that they are going to do better on exams. You have to remember that the purpose of supervisions is to bolster and support your core lecture content and practicals. The only content that you're assessed on in the exams at the end of the year is the content in your lectures and practicals, not the content in your supervisions. So basically, don't worry about this when you're choosing what college to apply to. Myth number 3, you can only integrate in science. Emma's already covered this a little bit, but at Cambridge, you can integrate in almost anything. So unlike at other universities, for Cambridge, for your integration, you can choose almost any degree that Cambridge offers, whilst at other unis, medics are normally restricted to like science-related stuff. There are some exceptions, but the only 2 are something like computer science and maths. And some courses may make you do a 2-year integration, for example, law and music do. So if you have interests in other subjects, this is one reason to apply to Cambridge and really broaden your horizons. I did education last year for my integration and really enjoyed doing something really different for a change. So the final myth I'm going to go through is I don't want to go to Cambridge because I don't fit the Cambridge stereotype. This is a really important one, and it's just absolutely not. Speaking from the experience of medicine, medicine is a very diverse and very welcoming cohort, and university as a whole is getting better and better at accepting a range of students from a range of different backgrounds. There are lots of different societies for different ethnic minorities, supporting state school students, etc. So there's lots of support you can get from the university and from different societies. So please do not let the Cambridge stereotype put you off applying. Yeah, so that was just a quick presentation about some myths that I ran into while I was applying to Cambridge. If anyone's got any questions, please put it into the Slido. That's it. Thanks very much.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Emily. And we're on schedule, even a bit ahead. This is great. Okay, so I believe I'm passing on to you, Amir, for personal statement and SAQs.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just show my screen. Can everyone see the screen? Okay. So guys, just a note quickly that with personal statements, this year, well, as in for the following year 12s, like you'll be doing a normal personal statement the way we did it, but for the next years, like if you're younger than year 12, they will be changing it into a question answer kind of personal statement, which is just kind of 3 questions and you answer it, but it's kind of still in the structure of a personal statement, so this will still be relevant. So what I'll be covering today is why an impactful personal statement is important, what kind of things you need to write in order to kind of draw the reader in at the start and keep them interested, etc. How to showcase your experience, your academic interest, and kind of lots of people that I've spoken to who are worried about personal statements always talk about kind of what books should they read. So I'll be going into a little bit of depth about books, even though I think it's kind of overemphasized sometimes, and also your extracurricular activities. So these are the basic things that you need to know when applying with your personal statement. So it has a maximum of 4,000 characters. So you have to choose wisely what you're going to include in your personal statement, because you are not allowed to go over this limit, because the website just physically doesn't let you do that. So yeah, you want to make sure that what you include is very important and you don't waste characters, essentially. And even though this talk is all tailored towards Cambridge, I'm assuming if you're interested in medicine, obviously you have to apply to other medical schools as well. So you only write one personal statement, and this goes to all your university choices. So please don't put down any specific university name. Don't be like, oh, I really want to go to Cambridge, because then if UCL or Imperial sees that, they'll be very upset, basically. And your personal statement has different levels of importance depending on the university. So in Cambridge, they take a holistic approach where the personal statement is seen as one aspect of the whole kind of application process, and it's seen equally. So it's not more or less important than your UCAT or your interviews, etc. It's all part of the whole admissions process. Cambridge is also quite funny because it has an additional optional SAQ, which is almost a mini personal statement, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that at the end of the presentation, but that's not of major importance. So I just want to start by saying, well, why do we need to write a personal statement? Why is it important? Basically, this is a way of you to showcase that, you are interested in pursuing a career in medicine, and you have some form of like skills or passion for things that are medically relevant. You also need to show you have basic understandings of what it is to be a doctor. So things about medical professions. It's simply not good enough to just say, I want to save lives, I want to treat people, because when I think of a doctor, like, that is the most basic thing that comes up. You need to think about kind of the struggles of that doctor's face, all aspects of healthcare, including the multidisciplinary team, so nurses, etc. You need to show you kind of understand how medicine works, rather than, what someone can think of when you just say doctor. I already said challenges of being a doctor, and also being able to critically assess and value your work experiences and interests in relation to medicine. But we'll be looking more into work experiences later on. So I just quickly look through UCAS again. So UCAS is basically where you're going to write your personal statement, and they already have kind of a worksheet there with like a basic framework of kind of questions that you should just be trying to answer, at least to the best of your abilities, to help you kind of know what you're going to put in your personal statement. But this is obviously just a guideline. This talk should probably help you structure it a lot better. And finding resources. So Emma and Emily were already talking about the course structure, so I'm not going to go into that much depth. But just FYI, the course code for medicine in general for all universities is A100, but your teachers will tell you this, so it's fine. So again, finding university resources, you can go onto the university website to find out kind of what the grade requirements are, like again, the UCAS code, when you should be applying your personal statement. Oh, and also personal statements for Oxbridge, for medicine in general, are due quite early. So it's normally the start of October that you have to kind of submit your personal statement, whereas for other courses it tends to be a bit later. So that's just something you should keep in mind to make sure you're really organized and you're on it. So again, I told you in these websites, you're just looking for structure of degree, teaching styles, etc., etc. So you've already been to this talk. You should understand kind of how the teaching style in Cambridge works and the structure of the degree. This is just something I find quite useful when I talk about personal statements. So if you look on the GMC, which is the General Medical Council, they have a lot of information about kind of the code and conduct of doctors and medical students. So it kind of helps you see what like the admissions team are kind of looking for, like traits and qualities, characteristics that are relevant to being a doctor, essentially. So if you just give tomorrow's doctors a little read, it will just make things a little bit more easier, but it's definitely not compulsory. Okay, so you've done your research now. So let's go on to actually writing the personal statement. So I would argue the introduction is really, really important. I don't think people realize how important it is. That's why I always save to write it kind of almost towards the end of your drafting of the personal statement, because you need to know how best to phrase yourself, because this is going to be the first thing that admissions tutors will see. So you want to answer, obviously, the why medicine question, something you read, something you experienced. You want to describe yourself and show how you kind of connect to what characteristics are good in a doctor. So are you a problem solver? Are you scientific, etc.? And you need to show you understand what doctors do. As I said before, it's important you understand all the layers of kind of like aspects of being a doctor, not just the good stuff. Keep it short and sweet. As I said, there's only 4,000 characters, so you can't introduce yourself for like a whole paragraph, like a giant paragraph, and make it unique to you. You know, just try and think of the actual personal reason why you want to do medicine. So obviously I can sit here and tell you kind of what to write, but I'd like to show examples. So I have here a personal statement. So I'm just going to quickly read it. Enticing, bloody, and rewarding, this is the life of a doctor. After watching Grey's Anatomy and finding a passion for human biology, I realized that this is the career for me. I'm an avid problem solver who takes joy in person-to-person contact. I have predicted A stars in my A level, so I'm definitely intellectually capable of becoming a doctor. My personal resilience has been tested throughout my academic career, such as DOV and Year 7 house drama. Now, like, everyone may laugh and say, oh, this is a horrible personal statement, but I have seen people write things like this for their introduction. Now, I understand why someone would decide to write in this way, because it's kind of seen as different and unique. But you have to decide to what extent you want to be unique, because being overly dramatic doesn't give you a good first impression to your admissions to an admissions team. So first of all, I just want to pick at this. So first, I don't like the mentioning of Grey's Anatomy and like medical dramas and TV shows. It's not a very representative way of like seeing medicine and doctors, because it's obviously over dramatized and it just doesn't show that you actually understand what it is like to be working in, let's say, the NHS, for example. Also, talking about your A levels, yes, it's great if you have predicted A stars, but a lot of the time the admissions people can see what your predicted grades are. It comes in separately. So don't waste your characters talking about things that you know they can already see, like what your A levels are, what grades you're predicted for them, what marks you'd get in your tests. Like, honestly, they don't care about those things. You know, the predicted results will come and it will speak for themselves, essentially. And also talking about D of E and Year 7 house drama, I would just prefer more tailored experiences that are more relevant to science and medicine in general. D of E, I'm sorry to break it to you guys, but lots of people do D of E. It's not something that I think is very worth mentioning in your personal statement. So yes, the problem with this is it's dramatized. It talks about very kind of irrelevant experiences. So let's try and find a better one. Okay, so this one's a bit shorter, it kind of catches your attention a bit more. Throughout my education, I've realized that problem solving is what motivates me. Diagnosis represents the ultimate puzzle, which once solved can lead to an improvement in quality of life. Whether active treatment or supportive care is offered, medicine is uniquely rewarding and intellectual, as well as emotional challenges draw me to the vocation. What I like about this personal statement is it talks about the negative aspects of being a doctor, like emotional challenges, as well as talking about it being the ultimate puzzle. It also shows an in-depth understanding of what it is to treat a patient, because you're not always fixing the disease or making a diagnosis. Sometimes you are just managing symptoms. So talking about active treatment or supportive care just show me that you understand that doctors do manage symptoms and they have to try and it's not always about prolonging life and quantity of life, it's also about quality of life as well, which is, you know, a very good way of looking at medicine. What I would do to improve this personal statement though is I would tailor it a little bit more personal. So, you know, what specific emotional challenges have you had that you had to overcome that shows you're resilient enough? What kind of things do you do at school that shows you're a problem solver? Just a quick mention of that, just one extra sentence would have made it a bit more personal. So, again, another one. We all have experience that redefine our purpose. My perspective on life changed significantly after the development of a health condition, and my experience with challenges associated with it. Many days in hospital sparked my interest, my desire to make a significant impact on other people's lives by entering the medical field. Now, as I said before, this puts a more personal kind of flair to it. Always talking about kind of a personal experience that you may have with medicine, be it you or a loved one that might have had a health condition, and you kind of saw doctors treating it and, you know, how it made you feel as well. That's very important. So my best bet is kind of combining the second and the third introductions that we've seen to kind of see, like, I want to see a personal aspect and I want to see kind of you understanding medicine as a career. So now we've written our introduction. So writing the bulk, supracurricular activities. Now, this is very Cambridge specific. I'm not saying other medical schools don't look at supracurricular activities, but this is very much something Cambridge love. So what a supracurricular activity is it's something relevant to medicine or science that you read into. So let's say you do, obviously I'm assuming lots of you do A-level biology or will do A-level biology. If you find a certain topic interesting, like genetics, you decide to read like maybe a research paper on it or looking at a certain more advanced form of it, just as a quick read. Now, I don't want to scare any of you. You don't need to understand really intense research papers about this, but it just shows you do a bit of wider reading around your subject and around kind of medically relevant topics. So I just had a few websites here like PubMed, BMA, GMC I already talked about, even Khan's Academy. Like it literally is A-level level knowledge, but it goes slightly above, so it doesn't feel so overwhelming. So as I said before, it's wider reading around different areas. So it doesn't just have to be biology just because it's medicine. There are also biochemistry, so things that are related to medicine from chemistry, as well as obviously psychology. Or if you want to go more kind of less A-level based, you can look into things like ethics, biotechnology, just things that you need to find interesting because you may need to talk about it in your interviews later, which we'll go through in a different PowerPoint, but you just need to find something that you find interesting and read into it. What I suggest, though, just to make your personal statement stand out, is when you do your wider reading, what a good idea is to ask your teacher if you can present on whatever you found in your paper, whatever you researched into. You don't need to just present, you can also like discuss it with your teacher. Just do something to like really bring the reading to life a little bit. So if there's like a relevant club or society, you could ask whoever the president is of that society if you could talk about this topic, for example, ethics, etc. And you can even write an EPQ or an extended project on it, depending on if your school offers it. So as well with supracurricular activities, it's also relevant to think about medical books, which lots of people think about. So things like When Breath Becomes Air, etc. I don't think it's useful for me to give you a list of books I think you should read, because I'll be very honest, medical books, I didn't read that many medical books, and I didn't mention any in my personal statement because I find they're very long and they're very kind of, it's not something I was that interested in. So if you don't want to read like a medical book, like on, or like just a book, you don't have to. You can read something shorter, like a paper, or just like go to a club and see what they talk about, or go to talks like arranged on different things. So as I said, like, don't be scared. You don't need to be a scientist at this point. You just need to read on things you find interesting. And as I said, like, use websites like PubMed, BMA, BMJ. They're really good websites on things that you'd find interesting and that are medically relevant, but also quite connected to your A levels, so it doesn't feel like too much of a stretch. So I again have kind of a bad example of writing a supracurricular activity. I've always been interested in science, so much so that I read all the papers in the BMJ. My favorite paper is regarding type 2 diabetes, where I learned that diabetes is a heterogeneous metabolic disorder characterized by chronic hyperglycemia as a resulting blah, blah, blah. And then there's just a bunch of medical terminology there. This paper was enough for me to really understand how diabetes work, which is a crucial aspect of medicine, therefore an important part of being a doctor. So guys, as I said, no one is expecting you to be a scientist. No one's expecting you to be really well read in medical journals or just like papers. So don't lie. Don't say you've read stuff that you haven't. So this person clearly has not read all the papers in the BMJ. That's no one has, really. I don't think anyone has. Also, when you're talking about what you did wider reading, the people that kind of dissect your personal statements, they're already kind of professionals. So like doctors, scientists, researchers. Please don't waste your characters explaining to me what a condition is. I prefer you be more personal with it. What did you find interesting about that condition? What did you find surprising? What did you not know before? Like, don't just tell me this is what diabetes is, X, Y, and Z, because they know what that is. And they, you could easily copy and paste a Google definition of a disorder or a thing that you further read. And so that's just not a good idea to do. Yeah, so bad example. Let's go on a slightly better example. So in A-level biology, I had a natural curiosity for genetics, but the course only touches the surface of genetics technology. Entering the Imperial Science Challenge essay competition, I explored the impact of genetic modifications using CRISPR. However, I found myself also realizing the importance of the humane aspect of CRISPR. I had never before considered the ethical implications behind it. I concluded that despite the increasing discoveries of procedures and innovative treatments, a patient's quality of life is just as important as the treating the disease. An example was that gene editing could be used to treat beta thalassemia, but it would involve intense chemotherapy. This raises the question as to whether the side effects of chemotherapy outweigh a patient continuously having blood transfusions. That is why consent and patient autonomy is considered highly in medicine. All therapy carries its own trail of risks. Now, what I like about this paragraph is they started from where their interest stemmed. So in this case, it was A-level biology, which I think for most people, it will just be A-level biology. So just say in A-level biology, we look at this. Now, this topic, genetics, this person did a science challenge essay competition, which if you guys have done, or if you guys are considering doing, that's a great way of showing your interest in supracurricular activities. So it showed like kind of the progression of their interest. So they had an interest, they did something about it. And now when they actually talk about their interest, they don't tell me what CRISPR is, which is basically like genetic modification. They didn't give me a whole paragraph telling me the scientific basis behind it. They told me something that they didn't consider before when treating someone with CRISPR and how that relates to medicine, as looking at both quality as well as treating a patient's life. So that is a very interesting way of looking at things. And it shows me how you did notice something you didn't expect to see before, and how it led you to kind of understand medicine in a deeper, more wholesome way. So yeah, like linking your scientific interests as well to kind of ethical basic things like consent and patient autonomy, I think just shows a very well-rounded student that understands that it's not just science, it's also kind of treating and helping people as well. So this is very good paragraph. So this is probably more relevant to all medical schools now, because work experience is considered quite highly for medical admissions, not just for Cambridge. So why is it important? It shows that you actually went out there to act on your interest of becoming a doctor one day, to actually see their routine, to see how not just doctors, but also healthcare professionals work, how they work in a team, etc. Now, I don't want to stress you guys out and say, well, find work experience ASAP. I think work experience is very important, and it's very easy to get some forms of work experience. So you just need to contact as many hospitals or departments within your area and your GP, or try and get into hospital volunteering. And even then, if you can't do that, there are lots of online work experience talks that you can attend. So I found quite a few on websites like Eventbrite, where they just have a few kind of virtual work experience days where you go in and then they give you a certificate as a form of proof that you actually went to this work experience. So when you're writing about it in your personal statement, you have to obviously talk about what you saw, your expectations and realities, new perspectives on patient care, hospital systems that you didn't know before, why this makes you want to become a doctor. So notice again, this is not just us describing what we saw, it's us kind of analyzing and looking into it at a deeper level, like with everything else we talked about. So again, I have an example. Experience in my chosen career has been of utmost importance to me. My work experience in X hospital enabled me to gain valuable insights into principal qualities of a doctor. Shadowing a surgeon showing me the calmness needed to deal with chaotic situations, particularly when a patient's life depends on your skills. Seeing patients with degenerative conditions such as Huntington disease in neurology clinics showed me the empathy needed in patient consultations, particularly for delivering bad news. This isn't a bad example at all. I like how they talk about the importance of empathy and delivering bad news. I like them talking about kind of staying calm in a chaotic situation. That's a very common trait that a doctor kind of needs to have. My only critique for this paragraph is I didn't feel it was personal enough. I didn't see you talking about how you felt or like how this would relate to you and the stuff you've done in the past. So, you know, empathy needed for patient consultation with bad news. Well, how do you show empathy? Because you need to link these qualities that doctors have with qualities that you already have or qualities that you want to develop at medical school. So it's always important to keep it personal. Remember, guys, it's a personal statement. So I have a slightly better paragraph here. After having the opportunity to volunteer at GP surgery for 3 months, I was able to truly appreciate the community aspect of medicine. Witnessing consultations allowed me to understand the patients and time management required. What I feel is often overlooked about GPs is the range of patients they see, as they are the first line of healthcare for most of the public. I saw the GP have to adjust their style depending on the ages and disabilities of the patients. This level of flexibility was needed from me as well when I had the opportunity to interview some patients. Furthermore, I was able to understand the intense workload and stressful aspect of the job, a problem which I feel the organization skills I have developed from my extracurriculars will enable me to cope with. So I hope you guys can see that this is a slightly more personal approach. You know, you talked about things you saw in your work experience that you didn't expect before, and how you would relate to that experience, what kind of qualities you are hoping to develop or that you already have that would allow you to do what a GP does in the future. Because obviously you're not going to be as good at communicating as a GP, in most cases anyway, but it's a quality that you kind of already have that you want to develop further in the future. So now talking about extracurricular activities. I'll be honest, Cambridge aren't that critical of extracurricular activities. I'd say always mention it in your personal statement because, you know, as everyone said, it's important as a doctor you have a work-life balance. You show you have interests outside of medicine as well as inside of medicine, to show you're like a well-rounded person. But you can also relate skills you learn from your extracurricular activities, to skills of being a doctor. Is always about relating those skills and characteristic traits. So extracurricular activities show that you manage your time, you're disciplined with your work, you're a team player, communication, etc. But I wouldn't spend too much time writing this paragraph because you have only so many characters. So like unless you don't have much of supracurricular activities to write, don't write a huge paragraph on this basically. So I just have a few examples here. They're very decent. So as vice captain of the rugby first XV, I have developed my ability to work effectively in a team and learn the importance of resilience and perseverance when faced with low team morale. These are skills I wish to bring to the medical profession, as teamwork is so crucial when working in a multidisciplinary team. So it's nice that they mentioned the aspects of a multidisciplinary team. That's like a key word in medical admissions. Talking about resilience, how you persevered with low team morale. That's very relevant to being a doctor because, you know, you have to work in a team. You have to be very resilient. Taking part in formal debates has taught me to evaluate arguments without prejudice, which I believe is essential in the complex world of medicine. Now, this is really good because it's true. There are lots of arguments. There's lots of things in medicine that aren't set in stone. So there's a lot of controversies. I would suggest you guys really research into kind of different medical controversies. So what I would do to make this paragraph a bit better is talk about one medical controversy that I found very interesting. That just makes it more like tailored towards your interests and like shows you actually read into it. You know, you're not just like, oh, it has a lot of complex stuff. I also run and swim competitively, winning a bronze medal in the National Schools Biathlon. Being able to organise my time well is essential to balancing both my academic and sporting commitments. So yes, you have to be very organised as a doctor. It's very important. Maybe add a quick sentence here about timing your study sessions or your revision around your sporting commitments, just to show that extra level of like, you actually do something to be organized. You're not just naturally organized, because no one's naturally something. You always have to show you are kind of a certain way. So now that we've finished writing the bulk, conclusions, I would argue that this is significantly less important than your introduction, or basically all the rest of your personal statement. Your conclusion should just be a very short and sweet piece of information concluding your personal statement. You should include it because then it would not look rushed. It would look like a nice structured personal statement, but do not waste many characters on the conclusion. Just reiterate who you are and why you want to be a doctor again. So I see university as another key journey that will change the course of my life, one that I will personally cherish, one that I will use to help others overcome their challenges, and one that will enable me to take another step towards reaching my potential. So you don't need to include anything extra or anything fancy, just have a nice closing statement just to bring it all and tie it together. That's important in a conclusion, but please don't spend your time worrying about what to write in a conclusion, because a lot of the time when admissions tutors are looking through personal statements, they kind of skim through mainly the bulk and they barely read the conclusion. But yeah, just have it there. So I mentioned SAQs, which is Cambridge specific. So it stands for Supplementary Application Question. And essentially, when you apply for Cambridge, they send it out and it's normally due in kind of towards the end of October. So like just a bit after your personal statement was due in. It's Cambridge specific, but not college specific. So, you know, Emma talked a lot about the difference between university and college, because Cambridge is a collegiate system. So everyone, doesn't matter what college you apply for, will be doing the same SAQ. And again, it's optional. You don't have to do it. You could literally ignore it and you would still be able to go through the admissions process with Cambridge. This is just kind of like an extra thing that you can write that could be more Cambridge specific, that you weren't able to add to your personal statement if you have anything. So what I would say to use this for, if you really want to use an SAQ, because I think 60-70% of people that apply do fill out the SAQ. This is just something to talk about, maybe if you have any extenuating circumstances, if you attended a specific Cambridge open day or talk and you really liked it, and you want to talk about, yeah, this made me want to apply to the university or this college. So yeah, that's what I'd use the SAQ for. So any questions, you'll answer it in the Slido. But I hope you enjoyed that talk, guys, and I hope it wasn't too much.
Okay, thank you so much, Amir. That was really insightful talk. I think now we are moving on to UCAT by Davot.
Hi, yeah, let me just
Okay,
check my
perfect.
screen. Oh, no, not my window. Give me a second, sorry, just having some issues with my screen. Okay, can everyone see this all right? Okay, I think that's showing up now. Is that showing up
Yeah.
as full screen?
It's showing up as like editing view.
Okay, let me try again. Sorry about this. Let me try it from Google Slides. This can be seen. Can you see that, Winnie?
No,
No.
it's a
Okay.
bit blurry. Let's see.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, hi everyone. My name's Davod. I'm going into 4th year, and I'm a medic at King's College. I'm going to be talking about the UCAT today, and the UCAT has pretty much stayed consistent over the years, but this is the first time we're talking about it because this is the first time that Cambridge is going to be accepting the UCAT since the BMAT is over with now. Now, I know a lot of you have probably already done your UCAT, but some of you may have still not done it, so we're still going to discuss some of it. And we'd also appreciate feedback just about this presentation because this is obviously our first time talking about the UCAT at this event. And we'd appreciate any advice for even those who have done the UCAT so far. So I'm going to talk about some general advice for the UCAT. So I'll just introduce the UCAT itself, its structure, a revision plan that I would recommend, and something similar to what I followed. We're going to talk about subtest specific advice and also question type specific advice for some of the more tricky questions, and also advice for the test day, because that's obviously the most stressful day, and it's really important that you go into that prepared and that you make the most of all the work that you've done for it as well. So I recommend for the UCAT to practice for at least 6 weeks. I'm going to detail what that 6 weeks of practice looks like. It can be longer than this. It can, of course, be shorter than this. But I think 6 weeks is a good way to slowly ramp up the workload and also not to overwhelm yourself or to feel like you don't have much time. So the first week, I recommend to just get familiar with the structure of the exam with different question types. And that can be done in an untimed way as well. And I do recommend starting out with untimed questions, but only stick to this for about a week. So that, because really the challenge of the UCAT is the fact that it's timed and the time limit is quite strict. From the middle weeks, that's when you would ramp up your practice. And I would recommend doing about 150 questions daily. That obviously depends on what subtests you're doing. Like something like AR, obviously 50 questions of AR is going to take a lot less time than 50 questions of DM. And in the final weeks is when you should put a lot of time into mocks and mini mocks and knowing your weaknesses. And I'm going to talk a bit about when you have a weakness in a specific question type or a subtest, how you should address that, but also in addressing your strengths as well, making the most of those. In terms of when to do the UCAT, I recommend people to do it around August time. So ideally, you should have done it by now. If you still haven't done your UCAT, that's completely fine. People do it in year 13 and they get very good scores. But if you have booked it for year 13, I would recommend to keep that as your top focus because the start of year 13, obviously you're going into your A-levels and everything. Obviously that's going to be important, but if you don't have a good UCAT score to apply to medicine with, then the work you're doing for your A-levels is going to be redundant. So really you should be prioritizing your UCAT. Obviously go to school, don't like bunk off school or anything, but when it comes to doing work at home, UCAT should be your main priority. In terms of resources, I personally use Medify. It's not the exclusive resource to use, but it's very popular, and the structure of it is quite good. The official question bank is also a very good resource, and that should really be your primary resource. The only issue is that it's limited. There's not many tests on there. There's not many question types as well. Well, I mean, there's all the question types, but there's not many question examples. And if applicable for you, make sure you look into the UCAT bursary scheme and the Medify bursary. This decreases the cost of the exam and means that you're able to do it for a cheaper price as well. So in terms of the structure of the exam, it goes verbal reasoning, which is like some kind of reading comprehension, where you typically have 30 seconds per question. Decision making, where you have more, you have about 1 minute per question. Quantitative reasoning, about 45 or 42 seconds exactly, I think, per question. Abstract reasoning, which gives you about 15 seconds per question, and situational judgment, which is around 20 to 30 seconds per question. Obviously, you're going to spend more time on certain questions, and that's completely fine because some questions are harder. If it's the first of a new question set in verbal reasoning, for example, when they've given you a whole new text to look at, then that's obviously going to take a lot more time to get familiar with the text. But you can't change the order in which you do the exam. In my experience at least, you have to do it in this order. And it takes a while to get into things, but once you're in the exam, like, you'll get warmed up pretty quickly, and you'll find that it just becomes kind of second nature by the time you get to decision making, at least. That's why verbal reasoning is quite difficult for a lot of people. Not only is it a difficult question, but because it's the first one you do, it takes time to just get used to the format, get used to the new computer that you're doing it on as well. So this is a more detailed revision plan that I would recommend. So in week 1, the first thing I recommend actually doing is doing a full-timed official mock from the official question bank. This is the least prepared you will ever be for any UCAT test because you've done no practice whatsoever. But the important thing about this is it will never get worse than this, and you've conditioned yourself with the worst possible UCAT experience. So from that point, you have your baseline and you can actually assess how you're improving over time as well. And then I would also spend that first week just doing untimed practice, getting used to each question. When it comes to practicing, I recommend doing no more than 2 subtests per day until you get to the mocks and mini mocks. That's because it gives you a lot of time to reflect on each subtest. So the way I would structure it in my when I was revising for the UCAT, let's say I was revising VR and DM, I would do 25 questions of VR. I would look at those questions, reflect on what I got wrong, what kind of mistakes was I making, do 25 more questions of VR. Maybe I improve for that second set, maybe I don't. But the idea is I'm trying to not make the same mistakes over and over. And then I would move on to DM, because otherwise I feel like I would get burned out for VR or for any other test. And then once again, 2 sets, just figuring out what my weaknesses are and improving at them. Around the middle weeks, that's when you should definitely start on time practice, and definitely don't do untimed practice for a long time. But never make your sessions longer than the actual subtest time. Like, never do more than half an hour of VR in one go, for example. And I think the important thing is to focus on your weaknesses. And if you definitely have question types or specific subtests that you're not the best at, then you should improve at those. And I'd recommend aim for a score of at least as a bare minimum, like 600, 650 in these tests. But I think a really neglected bit of advice is to strengthen your strengths. If you are scoring from the start, like 700 in QR, let's say you're very gifted at maths, and with barely any practice, I really recommend keep pushing that to the point that you can score 900 in that exam. And obviously that's very dependent on the test that you come across. But if you're scoring in the 800s, 900s, very few universities are going to be looking at subtest specific scores. They're going to be looking at your average score. So if you score 900 in an exam, your average score increases considerably, and it just means you have like a really good UCAT score. So obviously, like, work on your weaknesses, but do strengthen your strengths and push those up to 900 if you can. Then I recommend beginning mini mocks and getting used to that format of the exam and looking at question type weaknesses and following these up with time practice on those specific question types. For the final weeks, I recommend doing a full mock a day. I don't recommend doing more than 1 full mock a day, simply because that's an easy way to burn out. And by the time the exam comes along, then you'll be really tired. And then follow this up with mini mocks, depending on what your lowest scoring sections were. The important thing is to take breaks. And I think a lot of people get obsessed about, okay, if I need to meet my quota of 100 questions today, just bang it all out in the morning and then go out to see my friends in the evening. Obviously, go see your friends like it's summertime or whatever, but like, don't just get your UCAT practice out the way. You need to take time to do it in a relaxed way and to do it so that you actually give time for yourself to reflect on it, so that you can actually see yourself getting better and your scores increasing over time. So for VR, the important thing is not to assume anything when it comes to VR, because often the question will infer too much, and that will end up causing you to maybe give a yes answer when it should be can't tell, for example. I'm going to talk about paragraphing in the next slide because I think that's a very important tip that can really help out in terms of increasing how quick you are at VR. Definitely watch out for qualifiers and extreme language in the questions, and note these things and try to look for them in the text as well, because that's often what will distinguish between a yes and a no, for example. And the important thing, just generally for all these sections, is it's perfectly fine to guess and flag and skip. Obviously, don't do this too much, but because every question has the same weight, then there's really there's no point in obsessing over one question for like 2 minutes when you have so many other questions to do. And you can always come back to these questions, and that's why you flag them, so that you can come back. So in terms of paragraphing, what I mean by that is, let's say you have a new text introduced to you. This is only 3 paragraphs, this one. I don't recommend, some people do this, but I don't recommend reading it word for word the first time you see it. Read the question first, so you know what you're looking for, and then read the text. And if it's the first time you're reading the text, then read it in a bit more detail. But my approach to it would be to read each paragraph and kind of classify that paragraph and just be aware of what each paragraph is talking about, so that when I have a new question, I could then know which part of the text I need to go to, which paragraph do I need to read in detail. Because if for every question I'm reading the whole text again and again and again, it's going to be really difficult and I'm going to run out of time. So this first paragraph, for example, is talking about genetic disorders. It's talking about cystic fibrosis, and these are just key terms that pop out to you, and that you know then, okay, if something about cystic fibrosis comes up, I'd probably have to look at that first paragraph. The second one talks about different types of mutations, and it talks about studying genetic disorders as well. And the third one talks about some projects that work in that, some scientific projects like the Human Genome Project, for example. It talks about other pathologies like diabetes, asthma, migraine, schizophrenia. And therefore, now that when a question like that would come up, I would know where to look in the text for this. And this really decreases the time it takes to answer these questions. And paragraphing is probably the most important tip that helped me to get better at VR, just classifying each paragraph. For decision making, there's a huge variety of question types. So I'm going to go over some of them and just give some general advice over them. One important bit of advice I can give for decision making is often the harder question types are right at the start, those yes and no questions, because they're really 5 questions in one. And to get the full mark for that, you have to get 5 questions right to get 1 mark. Whereas the questions towards the end, the probability kinds of questions, are a lot quicker to do. And if you find yourself running out of time, I even recommend skipping the first couple yes and no questions and going straight to those. I don't recommend doing DM backwards because that can get confusing and you can miss out questions. But typically, DM gets easier as you go through the subtest. And definitely don't miss out the easy marks towards the end of the subtest. So the important part for those yes and no questions is that just because something can be possible doesn't mean the answer is yes. It has to be for certain. Similarly for VR, when you have yes, no, and can't tell, or true, false, and can't tell, sorry. For those longer stems, I would even recommend guess, flag, and skip them and come back to them because they take so much time, right? It's important to also look for quantifiers as well, just so you can actually get an idea of what would be true and what wouldn't be true. The important thing for these yes/no questions is there's no maybe option. So if you're uncertain of something, it's going to be no. And therefore, yes is only really when you're very certain of something being true. With logical puzzles, that's when you should make use of your whiteboard. And I do recommend having a whiteboard pen at home. Even if you're writing on paper, just get used to holding a whiteboard pen because that's what you'll be writing with in the exam. And it just helps to, whenever you're reading through the stem of the question, just making note of everything and putting it in a table, for example, of if it's these people have this color hat and this color shoe. Just making a table so you can keep track of that, as well as keeping any relationships intact there as well, just so you can infer further. When it comes to the strongest argument, I'm going to go over some of these as well, by the way. It's really important to look for solid evidence that easily gives it away. It's also important to see what the desired effect is and I'm going to talk about that in more detail, and it will make sense when I talk about it. When it comes to probability questions, it's important you're aware of just basic GCSE probability rules, as well as some conditional probability. And as I said before, prioritize those questions. Those probability questions are often some of the easier ones, and they won't even require you to use the calculator, compared to the yes and no questions, which take a lot more time. The probability questions can take easily 30 seconds, whereas yes and no questions, you could be stuck on that for 2 or 3 minutes. So these yes and no questions, here's an example here with quite a short stem, but it gives you a graph to work with. So if we look at the first question here, for example, coffee brew extracted at 4 minutes is the least flavorful. If you read through the stem here, the only time it mentions flavor is volatile substances lend a distinct aromatic flavor to coffee. And if you look at the graph here, obviously volatile substances is peaking at 4 minutes. And you would think, okay, that would be the most flavorful, so that would be no. But even if that said, to be honest, even if that said coffee extracted here is the most flavorful, because the stem has said aromatic flavor, I wouldn't be the most confident anyway to say that that would be the most flavorful, because bitterness itself is still a flavor technically, right? And that's where you have to get careful with stuff like this, and not to infer too much. But obviously that would be no, because it would have the least aromatic flavor. And then this last one, for example, the higher the temperature of the water, the more bitter the taste of coffee. Once it comes to the last one of these 5, you've already read through the stem enough. You would know that it never really talked about the temperature of the water, it never mentioned it at all. And therefore, it's not really worth looking into that further. And that would be a very quick no. And that's just a way to save time on stuff like this. If something hasn't been mentioned, don't waste time searching for it. That often happens with the longer stems because you think you might miss something, but save your time. For these logical puzzles, this is where I'd recommend drawing a table and using your whiteboard. And there's some things you wouldn't necessarily have to put down on the whiteboard. For example, I wouldn't put down no 2 tourists wore hats and shirts of the same color. I would just use that to inform my inference later on. When it says the French tourist wore a green shirt, I would have a row for the French tourist. I would have a column for the shirt color, and I would just write G. And it's very important to do that in a very shorthand way. If there's blue and brown, then it's got to be BL for blue and BR for brown. And these are small things that will save a lot of time in your exam, and mean that you can spend more time in a more difficult question as well. For these strongest argument ones, it's very important from the stem to identify what the proposition is. So in this case, the proposition is reducing the legal voting age to 16. And the reason they've suggested it is for the purpose of overcoming the issue of poor voter turnout. So the important thing is to then look for an answer that not only talks about, reducing the legal age to 16 for voting, but also talks about it in the context of poor voter turnout, because it might mention other things. So, for example, A talks about if under 18s can vote, politicians will listen to them and consider the issues that affect their lives. I personally agree with that, right? But it's not at all talking about poor voter turnout. So I know that's not going to be the right answer, and there's probably a better one here. Whereas B here, giving 16-year-olds the vote will increase the number of people eligible to vote. That's more related to the question, and it does talk about, to an extent, increasing voter turnout. C here, 16-year-olds are not engaged enough to make a considered political judgment. May be true, but it's not at all to do with voter turnout once again. D, it cannot be guaranteed that making more people eligible to vote will increase voter turnout. So at this point, I'm thinking about D and I'm thinking about B, because D is almost encompassing B. And even though B says we increase the number of people eligible to vote, well, voter turnout really is what percentage of people are turning up who are eligible. And D answers that more accurately. It cannot be guaranteed that making more people eligible to vote will increase voter turnout. And therefore, D is the most relevant to the question, and I would choose D in this case, and D would be the right answer. When it comes to these Venn diagrams as well, these can be quite difficult, but it's just very important to use the legend and very quickly get familiar with which shape is which. And the way I'd approach questions like this, so how many jewelry pieces have gold, diamond, and silver, but not platinum or pearl? So gold is going to be the arrow, diamond is going to be the rectangle, silver is going to be the heart. So very quickly, I'm just going to look at where that intersection is. So it's these numbers 18, 75, 23. But then I'm also looking for where, not 18, sorry, just 75 and 23. So I have two numbers, but it can't be platinum or pearl. Pearl's not relevant here. Platinum is obviously where the 23 is. So 75 would be your answer here. So I think this can be very overwhelming if you try and do all the shapes at once. But if you look at one intersection at a time, identify a couple numbers, and then you look at the further conditions that they've laid out for you, like not platinum or pearl, then it can narrow it down a lot more. And it can be less overwhelming. You can get a lot less lost in questions like this. So these probability ones, these are probably the easiest questions in DM, and they're always towards the end of the exam. So I recommend, like, if you realize, okay, I'm running out of time, get these questions done because they'll be easy marks. Because this question here, really, there's no maths that you have to do at all. Like, it's literally just, okay, there's two factors, the rain and maintenance. 1/6 is equal to 3/18. So maintenance is out of the picture completely. And then the outdoor pool is the only one affected by rain. And therefore, the answer is going to be the indoor pool. So it's going to be no. And it's going to be C. So you see there was really no math there. Like 3/18 you can very quickly convert in your head to 1/6. You don't need the calculator for that. And therefore these questions are going to take a lot less time than those yes and no questions, which are 5 questions in one. So don't neglect these questions. When it comes to quantitative reasoning, I think the hardest part of it is the timing. And quantitative reasoning was something I was probably the worst at when I started my UCAT. I remember that first time when I did a full mock, timed without any UCAT practice, I got maybe 8 questions done because I was just slow, and that was my time done. And I did much better in the actual exam after practicing. The most important thing I can say for quantitative reasoning is get to your calculator as quickly as possible. Even if you don't know the full path for how to get the final answer, as long as you have one calculation to do that, and then keep thinking. And often once you've done one calculation, it will just become intuitive what you have to do after that, especially when you practice more and more. Because really the dead time of quantitative reasoning, the stuff that will eat up your time, is the time not spent on the calculator. Obviously, you're going to have to spend time reading the question and thinking about what to do next. But it's very important that you're using that calculator and that you're also fast with that calculator. So I do recommend practicing on a number pad. Even if you're not used to it at first, I wasn't either, it does become a lot faster than using the numbers at the top of your keyboard. And that's what I mean when I say no hesitation. Just get to your calculator as quickly as possible. There are often going to be complicated charts, and always read the question first when it comes to these, because that will show you which part of the question to look at, similar to VR. With percentage changes, just make sure you're able to do them very quickly, and just use your calculator for shortcuts. Like if you're looking for a 10% increase, then just times by 1.1, for example, and then you have the final number. You don't have to look for 10% and then add that on or anything. Importantly, know when to guess and move on. So those complicated charts, don't always guess them and move on. Always read the question first, and if it seems quite simple, because it's all about how simple the question is, not how simple the stem is. If that seems quite simple, attempt the question. If that seems quite complicated, guess, move on. All of them are equal, the same, and you'll have time to come back to them at the end, hopefully. Estimating and mental maths is also a really good way to just save time. But before estimating, I do recommend taking a look at the multiple choice options. If they're too close to each other, then it's very important that you are very accurate and don't estimate too much. My top tip for AR is keep note of any new patterns that show up, and just add these to your, I recommend keeping a note on your phone or even like a booklet or something, to any kind of new patterns that show up or something you've just never seen before. And if you just spend like 10 minutes a day reading over this list, you'll just become a lot familiar. And when something repeats, you won't feel that you've never seen it before. And you're often going to make less of the same mistakes over and over because of that. People do recommend learning an acronym, and there's a lot of different ones out there. I recommend it as well. It's not going to be all-inclusive a lot of the time, and the all-inclusive ones are really hard to remember anyway. Even if you just remember a couple, if you just write that down on your whiteboard at the start, then you can then just look back at that whenever you're stuck on a question, but only really use that acronym when you can't tell straight away. I would say for AR, it is really difficult, and I definitely found it one of the harder sections, and in practice, it was my worst section. it actually became my second best section in the exam. So it's very variable, and it goes to show that your practice is all leading up to you getting better, even if your scores aren't necessarily getting better. You're getting more conditioned and more used to these question types, and therefore that will allow you to perform on the day. When it comes to situational judgment, I'm not going to talk about it too much, but really it's just about getting at least band 2. I don't think there's any university that will require you to have band 1, but you need at least band 2 ideally for most universities. Some universities do allow band 3 as well, and I've met medical students with band 3, and that's completely fine. But really you should be aim for band 1, because that will get you to band 2, but don't spend so much time on situational judgment. It's not going to add to your overall UCAT score, and it's more important to just get a good score. Some important considerations are to always put patients as top priority. It's always going to be your top priority in practice as well. So when it comes to answering a question, if there's any, if it's putting patients as top priority, then it's probably a very good answer. But if it's not doing that, if it's doing something else, then you have to consider, okay, maybe I have to put it as appropriate but not ideal, or inappropriate but not awful. And that's the important part of making those considerations. I'd say you don't have to worry so much about partially correct. You're still going to get some marks for that. But if partially correct is really bringing you down, then really consider it as, is this meeting all, is this really a solution for everything, or is it just partly addressing the problem? Does it have some drawbacks, for example? And it's considerations like that that will help you stop getting so many partially correct. It also helps to just flag something and come back to it later. Some other reading that I recommend is read into the 4 pillars of medical ethics. That will help your interviews as well as the GMC's Good Medical Practice. That will also help your interviews and personal statement, and that can give you more of an idea of certain scenarios, which may be a bit more niche. So in terms of the test day, it's just so important to remember, like, everything you've done up to that point, the weeks of work you've done, it will reap its rewards, and you will make the most of the work that you've done. And you will turn up on the day of the exam, and you'll be a bit unsure at first. You feel, maybe I haven't done enough work. But really, once you get into the swing of things, you just forget that you're even doing an exam, and it just becomes another mock that you've done before. It might be noisy in the exam hall. There's people doing their driving test there, for example. You should be able to use earplugs, but I would contact the test center that you're going to before this if this is really something that would bother you. There's also other things you can bring with you, like if you have certain conditions like EpiPens, for example. In this link here, you can use to look into that as well. But really, once you start the exam, you barely notice there's other people in the room. I recommend booking for a time that you work best at and do your mocks consistently at this time. One important consideration is, do you prefer to work before or after lunch? I personally like to work before lunch because I know I get sluggish after lunch. And therefore I booked my exam for before this. And just try to replicate the exact environment that your exam is going to be in. Use a keyboard with a number pad, for example. Do it in a quiet room. Tell your family that you're doing a mock for 2 hours, and you'd appreciate if they didn't disturb you at all. And that's really important, because that's how the actual exam is going to be, and that's how you can actually replicate it well. And most importantly, it's not the end of the world if you didn't get the score that you wanted. There are a lot of considerations that universities take into mind. UCAT is just one of those things. There's also going to be personal statement. There's going to be interviews. There's going to be predicted grades. There's also going to be contextual information as well. And really, your UCAT score is not, it's obviously there for a reason, but it's not an indicator of your personal aptitude to do medicine and your character and whether that's suitable for medicine or not. So it's really important to not let your score define you at all. I think that might be the end of my presentation, but if there's any questions, I'm not sure if we have time to answer them now, but I can answer them later in the Q&A section.
Awesome. Yes, we'll probably move on to the next one. I think there were a few questions for you on the slide.
I can just answer them in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much, David. Okay, so I'm going to give a presentation on interviews. Let me just share my screen. I'm also going to be sharing this presentation with Safa. We'll do the second part. Let me just get it up. Okay. Can everyone see that okay? And hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, David. Okay, so I will be talking about kind of like the interview process. I've tried to make it also about interviews in general, but I will mainly be focusing on the interviews at Cambridge. Okay, so the myths of interviews at Cambridge. So here's kind of like a word map of different things people might think Cambridge interviews are like. So they might think it's quite terrifying, intimidating. It's more like an interrogation. However, most of the time, so the reality is that people find that the interview is actually quite engaging, quite fun. Think of it as more of a discussion rather than kind of like an interrogation. In general, people tend to say that you must approach the Cambridge interview as kind of like a conversation and a discussion with academics. And yeah, it's definitely scientifically stimulating because they'll be asking you a lot of questions about science and things like that. But it's not a place where the interviewers want to scare you or intimidate you. Okay, so in general then, there are different types of interviews. So on the left-hand side, we've got the MMIs. So that stands for the multiple mini interviews. So Cambridge doesn't use this interview style. This is mainly done at places such as like Sheffield and Nottingham. This is just me reflecting on my own application experience. But in general, a lot of places will use MMI. And the way MMI is set up is where you kind of have different, it might be a big room separated by different curtains, or it might be a row of different rooms. And you essentially go into a room to perform a certain station, and then you'll come out, move on to the next, and go into a separate one. So it's quite a fast-paced, many short independent assessments, as I've put here, different scenarios, but I'll go through the different scenarios that can come up. And then on the right-hand side, can you guys see my cursor, by the way? I think you can. So on the right-hand side, the more traditional interviews. So we've got panel. So this is where you kind of have a sit down with a group of interviewers based on your application. Oxbridge, they use panels, but here it's just that you have 2 to 3 interviews, typically with 2 or 3 different supervisors at once. And then the one-on-one is when you just sit down with one interviewer, but this one's becoming less popular. I'm not actually sure which universities use this one still. Okay, that's just MMI. Okay, so MMIs, like I said, so this is not used at Oxbridge. So some of the questions that can come up. So somebody might ask you, what work experience have you undertaken? What did you learn from it? It's allowing you to reflect on your work experience, essentially. And you can talk about stuff that you've mentioned in your personal statement. Another question could be, should patient confidentiality ever be broken? Can you think of an example? I would say that from my experience, the MMI interviews focused more on ethics and kind of getting you to think outside the whole science and academia, which Cambridge wants you to focus more on. So as well, I had a prioritization task at Sheffield and Nottingham, where they kind of get you to, or they'll tell you about a scenario. So in my experience, it was there's a car crash at a scene and there's a bus that's collided with a car, and you kind of have to order the steps. So they give you a little card with different things. So it could be like call an ambulance or assess that there's no further danger, or like help someone that's like lying on the floor. And you kind of have to order them in what you think is most important. There was also another role-playing one where it'll get you to consider ethics. So in mine, it was a colleague at work which had told you they didn't want to come into work that day, and they wanted to get you to lie to your boss and try and explain why that person wasn't there. And the whole point was you trying to encourage the person to tell the boss themselves, etc. So yeah. And then communication skills. So it could be you trying to communicate to a child and trying to explain to them what a vaccination is. So that's an example of that. Okay, so interview process at Cambridge. So usually invitations are sent in November, and then you'll get interviewed in December at the college you've applied to, or if you haven't decided which college you want to apply to specifically, so we call this an open application, then the college systems will randomly allocate you a college. And then your outcome is released in January. So that's when you hear back as to whether you've got an offer or not. So like I said, it's a traditional panel interview. You're having a conversation with 1 or 2 staff members. These generally are, so DOS stands for Director of Studies. So this is kind of like the person who kind of looks after all of the medical students at that one college. So usually there'll be an interviewer, and then they'll usually get other colleagues to help them out. So for me at Trinity Hall, it was the first year supervisors. It depends on how many interviews you have, depending on college. So at Trinity Hall, I had 2 interviews that were kind of like a few hours apart. I know some other friends of mine had 3 interviews, but I guess if you guys have more specific questions about interviews, we can all answer them collectively at the Q&A. Okay, yeah. So it might sound scary that you have more than 1 interview, and it might seem that it's quite daunting, but you can kind of think of the interviews as a clean slate every time. So if you think you've not done so well in the first interview, then it's not like the interviewers at each one confer with each other between your interviews. So you can kind of go into the second one as a clean slate. Okay, so what are they looking for? So at Cambridge, it's very sciencey, very academic. So generally there'll be, so in my experience, they were both of my interviews were purely science-based. So they were asking me about science content and things like that. So they're looking for how you approach a question. So they will ask you a question, and the goal is to not know the answer straight away, essentially. Doesn't matter if you don't know, if you do know. They kind of just want to see how you would figure it out. So if you don't know the answer, they're trying to see whether you can use your foundational knowledge to try and apply it to the question that you're being asked. And my advice would be generally just, it's just them trying to have a thoughtful discussion with you. So don't get bogged down about not knowing anything or getting a question wrong. Knowledge is not expected, but it's the way you structure an answer and deal with not knowing something. And then it's also just the way you handle things. So in general, how are you in this discussion? Because this discussion or interview is very similar to how supervisions will be based at Cambridge. So supervisions, as we've previously talked about, they're kind of like the small teachings that you have, and you can kind of see the interview like that, and they just want to see how you are in that environment. Okay, so what kind of topics come up? So science and academia, ethics and public health. I'll talk through science and academia, and Safa will take over and talk about ethics and public health. So some science content. So they don't expect you to know all the answers. I'm just stressing this point. But they will basically push you until you can't answer anymore. So in my interview, I remember I was asked a question and I knew the answer, and the interviewers just immediately moved on to a different topic because they want to see how you approach a question. Okay, and then other things, so they could ask you, so what have you done in school recently, or tell me about a practical that you've done in biology. Pick something that you're comfortable with. If you're confident about discussing it. You can also pick something that you find super interesting but don't know that much about. And then your reading / EPQ. So I didn't do EPQ, but I think there was a message in the chat earlier. So it's not essential that you do EPQ, and even if you do EPQ, they might not ask you about it. I was asked about my reading, so I mentioned some recent articles that had come out, and I just talked about those. But technically, anything you write about in your personal statement or your questionnaire, you could be asked about. Okay. And then potentially here work experience, but I feel that Cambridge don't really focus much on work experience, and it's more about the science. But if you do get asked about work experience, then it's more reflective and talk about, what you've learned from having seen that particular work experience rather than just describing what you did. Okay, yeah. And this is just reassurance. So You guys know your science well, so just reassure yourself that like whatever questions they ask you, you can have a good stab at answering them, and it's okay not to get the answers correct, or it's okay not to know. So some question styles. So they might ask you, so tell me about how this specific scientific process works. So they might say, tell me how the heart works. Another thing could be, explain to me why humans have this adaptation whilst insert another mammal does this instead. So getting you to think about like the different processes in different species and comparing them. Can you balance this equation for me? So I think in my interviews, one of them gave me the acid-base equation, and I had to kind of balance it depending on the different conditions that they gave me. But this was something that I had put down as having recently done in chemistry, so that's probably why they gave it to me. Describe what this graph represents. So some of my friends, they were given graphs to interpret. Some of my other friends were given like extracts to analyze and then just talk about, but I can't give you any specifics on what the extracts were about, purely because I can't remember. The other question is, so why do you think there is more sodium inside our cells than potassium? So you might be able to relate this to physiology that you've done in biology recently. And it's okay if you've not covered these topics yet, because if most of you are in year 12, a lot of this will be covered this year and at the start of year 13. So don't worry about it now. And then tell me about your EPQ topic, what drew you to it. Okay, so how to prep your science for interviews. So this is kind of more like just resources that I found useful to kind of brush up on my science revision. So I would highly recommend Physics and Maths Tutor for anyone doing any of the sciences and maths. If you guys haven't used it already, it's an excellent site that basically has different pages for the different exam boards, and it's got topic summaries and flashcards, and probably the most useful part of it is the past papers. It's a great site for just collating all of the past papers, and it also includes specimen papers, and you can kind of just do them throughout the year. Your teachers might also use them. I think at my school they were quite big on this website, so a lot of our resources that we use came from here as well. YouTube, so Ninja Nerds is a good example, but there are loads of different academic YouTube channels that you can use. And then your old notes. So if you've got a really good set of notes that you've made, then scan over them and test yourself. Ask a friend to help test your teachers. And yeah, so this is my last point. So I would say the most useful prep for science is actually just practicing discussing them with your friends and teachers. When I was applying, I remember Googling like typical Oxbridge questions that could come out at the interview, and we got some weird and wacky ones, and we were just having fun discussing them, trying to answer them. Okay, so some advice. I know I have trickled in some advice already, but so prepare for these interviews, because they are quite, they can be quite a scary thing leading up to them. They can be quite intimidating, but just remember that it's not about how much you remember, essentially. It's more like, how would you approach a question with the information that is in your head? So you already have the basic science in your head, and they will ask you questions. Some of them will be quite hard because they're trying to push you to your limits, but just think of it as a conversation. So you're just discussing a topic with some people, and though these people are like experts in their field, don't be intimidated by that. You can see it as kind of like an exciting opportunity to talk to some people that are really passionate about a specific part of science. Another really good tip is to think out loud. So explain your reasoning. The answer that you give matters less if you have a really good structured way to explain why you got to that answer. I don't know if I made a point on this, but with thinking out loud, if they ask you a question, you're initially quite stuck. Don't worry about it. You can just say, oh, can I just have a minute to think about that? They will happily give you whatever time you need to think. If you're stuck, so think back to the basics, start from square one, especially if the question is vague. Don't worry if you don't understand, or sometimes people will just mishear a question, you can ask for clarification, you can ask them to repeat it. Yeah, you can ask for a minute to think. You can even ask for some paper, jot your thoughts down, ask them to clarify. And if you really are stuck, don't be afraid to ask for help. But avoid initially jumping to, I don't know. You could say, I'm not sure. And then if you have some thoughts, you can say, I'm initially thinking about this, but I'm not sure because there's also this. So yeah, don't worry about asking for help. And then using your GCSE and A-level syllabus as a fallback. So like I keep saying, you do have enough content in your brain that you know, and you can always go back to, so I'm not sure the answer to this question, but I know at GCSE or at A-level, I've been learning that about that particular question or topic. Think of outside the box too, might be very applied. The first question I actually got, this reminds me about my first interview. My interviewer initially asked me, so Winnie, why do you think hospitals are dangerous places? So it's very outside the box, very not science related, not related to anything that I'd done at school. But it might come out of the blue, but don't be intimidated by it. Just give your genuine answer. And I don't think they're really looking for a correct answer or as such. I remember one of my interviewers was also asking me about certain questions and I didn't know the answer. And when I eventually come to my reasoning and I was like, oh, so what is actually the answer? He was like, oh, I'm not sure. I just wanted to see what you were thinking. So sometimes they will ask you questions that they themselves might not have a particular thing they're looking for. Okay, and another good piece of advice I like to give is that you just be positive even if you don't know the answer to a question. Like I said before, that is kind of like emulating a supervision. So if you're the kind of person in a supervision that is like eager to keep learning and is not really put off by getting questions wrong, then I think they're more inclined to think of you thriving in that environment, if that makes sense. Be aware of your body language. So have open body language, kind of like if you are having any conversation with anyone, just be aware of like your body language, how it comes across. And lastly, just be yourself. I guess we'll talk more about this in the Q&A. I'm just wary of running out of time. Okay, so I'll pass you on to medical ethics with Safa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk about the medical ethics, and I think this was mentioned before, but you may not be asked about medical ethics in your Cambridge interview, but it is important for general medicine applications in general, because it's important for UCAT, SJT, it's important for other medicine interviews, and generally thinking about what to write in your personal statement, it's good to know about these things as well. But I just want to mention that some colleges do ask about medical ethics in their interviews, some colleges don't. So I applied to Downing College. I'm a student at Downing College, and they almost never ask ethical questions. They just focus on the science questions. But I know some colleges, for example, a friend at Newnham College, for example, was asked about a medical ethics question. So when you're preparing, make sure you do prepare for it. But it's probably not as important as the science component. But yeah, I'll go through the main elements, main things you need to know about medical ethics, and then you can go on and read more about it in your time. So yeah, you have 4 main pillars of medical ethics that is really important to know. Beneficence, non-maleficence, autonomy, and justice. So beneficence is about doing what's good for the patient, and making sure that what you're doing is something that's going to improve a patient's quality of life. And again, with each of these pillars, it's important to also think about what the limits of thinking about each of these pillars. So something that is good for a patient may not be in line with what they want, and that's going to come later in another pillar called autonomy. So you can recommend something to a patient because you think it's really good for them, but if they don't want it, then that's something you need to think about. So that's beneficence. Not maleficence is quite similar. It's about not causing any harm to the patient. And again, with most medical interventions, they often have side effects. They often have some kind of way they might cause harm to the patient in some way, but then they might cause more good than causing harm, if that makes sense. So when you think about medical ethics, you need to weigh up non-maleficence against beneficence and see like if there is a true sort of benefit for the patient. Yeah. And autonomy, as I mentioned earlier, is something that can go against the idea of beneficence, because sometimes patients want something for themselves that that doctors might think is not good for them. But ultimately, we should respect a patient's autonomy. They have the right to make the decisions in their own healthcare. So think about some things to think about is the specific relationship between the doctor and the patient in a specific scenario. Informed consent is quite important, because not everyone can be deemed to have capacity to make decisions about their own healthcare, and that's related to the concept of capacity. For example, young children don't have the capacity to make their decisions, so they don't really have the autonomy to do to be involved in the decision making of their healthcare. So often their parents or guardians will be involved. Or for example, if an unconscious person, for example, autonomy is less relevant, because the doctors would just do something that they think is just good for the patient. And competence, and yeah, a lot of other things that are important to consider. Then justice is a bit more of a broader concept and not about the individual patient, like what is fair for the patient. And sometimes again, thinking about something, you can think more broadly about this, like in the concept of NHS, how do they divide their resources? Do they do it justly? Like, is everyone receiving a similar level of care? Or there's different ways to think about it, and whether specific treatments are worth the harm it causes, and lots of different things. And I'll talk about a few scenarios where these four pillars are relevant. So yeah, a few other concepts, the key terms to remember are confidentiality. That's something that's really important. Again, if you are preparing for the UCAT, you would have come across confidentiality quite a lot in the SJT section. It's really important to remember. Empathy, dignity. There's a lot of keywords that you probably will think about when you are writing your personal statement, as it was mentioned before in the personal statement section. So these words are also important to think about when answering a medical ethics question in your interview as well. So yeah, so I'm just going to go through a sample question. You are a doctor working in A&E. A 15-year-old patient requires a blood transfusion following an accident. However, they are a Jehovah's Witness and refuse it. What are your thoughts? So the way I would approach a medical ethics question is remember the four main pillars, and then talk about each pillar, and then how it's relevant to this question. So first you would talk about autonomy. So that's one of the main ones. So respecting what the patient wants. I think that's the most relevant pillar to this question, because a blood transfusion is something that the doctor might recommend, but the patient doesn't want it. So it's important to think about what's important for them. But when you think about autonomy, you also think about consent and capacity, as I mentioned earlier. And this patient here is 15 years old, which is under 18, so they're not an adult. And then but then 15 is also old enough where you can think, a lot of 15-year-olds are capable of making some of their own decisions. So how would you think about this? And there is a concept in medicine called Gillick competence, where sometimes patients who are under 18 or under 16 can be deemed to have enough capacity to make intelligent decisions about their own healthcare. And this is important for doctors, because they need to think about whether a 15-year-old is being coerced into making this decision about refusing a blood transfusion by their parents, or is it something they truly want? And so that's something to consider. Yeah. Next one is beneficence and non-maleficence, and this is closely related to autonomy, as I mentioned. A blood transfusion could be, life-saving, or in this scenario. But if the patient doesn't want it, how do you weigh up that in terms of, is it more important to do something that is good for the patient, that you think is good for the patient, or is it important to respect their values and their faith? And that's also something that's important to think about. Yeah. And ultimately, I think with most medical ethics questions, you're often not expected to give a straightforward answer. With these questions, especially where you're talking about different pillars, because there's no, straightforward way to answer this question. It depends on a lot of factors. For example, does this patient have capacity to make their own decisions? What the parents think about this, or how important is this blood transfusion to their treatment? Are there other methods of treating this patient? So there's a lot of things to consider, and you need to, in your interview, make sure you think out loud and think about all these different factors that you might think about. And then, you can say what you think you would do, but also just mention that this is a sort of bigger decision that would be made by a team. in the hospital. So MDT in the slide stands for multidisciplinary team. That involves a lot of different healthcare specialists that will be involved in making this decision, and it'll be on a case-by-case basis. There's no straightforward, like strict guidelines that is used in approaching these sort of scenarios. And then the other type of ethical question that can come up is public health, and this is more related to the justice pillar that we talked about earlier. And so there has been a new cancer treatment discovered with a huge potential for treating a specific cancer. However, the cost is very expensive, and it may only benefit a small number of patients. What must the NHS consider? So related to this question, there's a lot of things to consider, because the NHS is supposed to be free for all, free for every single patient at the point of care. So the NHS has a responsibility to think about how they distribute their resources. So this new drug has the potential to treat patients and could increase their lives, the quality of their lives, the quantity, all of that. And so you need to approach this with empathy and consider each patient as an individual. So, thinking about the other three pillars that we mentioned earlier, beneficence, autonomy, and non-beneficence, if you withhold a potentially life-saving treatment when you have the capacity to sort of, if the NHS has the capacity to provide this treatment to its patient and you're not doing it, then that could be considered like, maleficence, like against non-maleficence or against beneficence to, because it can be something that can improve the life of your patients. And that is more of a individual patient-based approach to think about it. But then thinking about a bit more broadly, as with the NHS as a whole organization, the NHS has limited resources. They have a limited budget, and you need to think about how they distribute these resources. If it's very expensive, where is this money coming from? Is it going to be taken from another treatment? That is also really important. So how does the NHS make this sort of decision between what treatment is worth providing over other treatments? What should we sacrifice and what should we provide? That sort of thing. Yeah. So it is really important for the NHS to stay up to date with latest developments for quality improvement, but they should also be economically sustainable for future generations. So a lot of new treatments often are really, really expensive, but then, just saying that you go for the cheaper treatments, aren't good for the long-term development of the NHS and for the patients, because we do need to bring in the new treatments that are available to improve the quality of our patients. But then again, thinking about, what are the, again, thinking about being economically sustainable, how can you make sure that, providing this treatment is better than using the same amount of money to provide treatment for a larger number of patients? And yeah, and this is where a concept called QALYs can come in. So QALYs, as mentioned in the slide, it stands for Quality Adjusted Life Years, which is a way of measuring how much benefit a specific treatment can bring to your life. So what it means is how many years of life in good quality life can a specific treatment add to for a specific patient. For example, you could think about one treatment that will give a patient about 5 years of life in good health, whereas another treatment that's cheaper might give patients more years of good quality health. So that's one way of thinking about comparing different treatments and for different patients, and thinking about what is a better thing to go for. And another thing that's quite important, that would be quite good to mention in an interview, is a bit of more sort of the philosophical side of justice. And that is there's different theories, philosophical theories that you can bring in here. One example, as mentioned in the slide, is utilitarianism. And what this basically means is that this concept is based on the idea that you should make a decision that is best for the most number of people. So, for example, in a scenario, let's say if you had to kill one person so that their organs can be, transported to five other people, it would be a good decision to kill that one person, because it means that you're saving 5 other people. But there's other sort of philosophical theories that might disagree with this. You can say, well, killing a person is inherently wrong, so you shouldn't do that. So there's lots of different theories that you can read up about, and I would really recommend that you do it. So because it's really good knowledge when answering a public health question like this and talking about justice, one of the medical pillars, justice. Yeah. And I'll just go through some of the common questions that can come up in an ethics question. And I won't go into these in much detail, but I would recommend that you make note of this and read about it later. So abortion, euthanasia, some of the more sort of controversial topics, distribution of resources, like the NHS budget, like the question that we just mentioned. Organ donation is another one. How do you decide what kind of patient you give an organ to? Is it a young patient, an older patient, someone who's a smoker? You know, lots of different things. It was a question that I actually got asked in one of my interviews, not Cambridge, but another university. Age-based competence, again, we went through this when talking about the Jehovah's Witness patient. Confidentiality, an example is Huntington's disease. If you haven't heard about this disease, again, I would recommend that you read about it. It's really interesting to talk about. Refusing treatment, consent, again, relating to autonomy. And then medical profession, seeing a colleague make a mistake or cheating in exams. Again, this is the sort of question that also comes up in your UCAT SJT. So make sure you can talk through these kind of scenarios in an interview. Vaccinations, then there's doctors striking or aging population, COVID. So these are some of the most pressing issues that the NHS is facing right now. Health inequality, deprivation, and then primary, secondary care. So it's good to know about how the NHS is structured. So there's primary care, secondary care, tertiary care. What do these mean, and how do we as patients, you know, approach this, that sort of thing, and chronic illnesses and how the NHS treats patients with chronic illnesses. So yeah. And then how do you prepare for these ethics questions? So one important thing is reading around news articles, keep track of any important healthcare related news, any doctor strikes, for example, or discussions about things like euthanasia, abortion, these things. And read on the main principles, like the 4 pillars that I mentioned, and other philosophical theories like utilitarianism and concepts like QALYs, cultural competence, equity, things like that. Keep up to date as possible on NHS topics, yeah. And there's lots of different resources where you can read. There's lots of websites. If you just search up medical ethics for interviews or something like that on Google, you can find loads of resources, lots of videos on YouTube, podcasts. This was a recommendation from another medical student, BBC Moral Maze. I haven't really heard about it, but I think it's probably a good resource. And think about some of the questions that you could be asked and practice answering them in your free time. So if you do get asked ethics question in your Cambridge interview, this is one aspect of the interview that you can completely prepare for, because you can pretty much predict all the different kinds of questions that could be asked. So if it's in your control, I would say just spend some time making sure you really understand these concepts. Yeah. And the GMC Good Medical Practice has already been mentioned in a few other slides, and yeah, it's really good to read about that. And then how do you prepare for this? Again, as mentioned earlier, Medic Portal is probably the one that I use the most. They have a lot of really good blog posts about different concepts that you need to learn about. A few other recommendations, YouTube videos, uni admissions, and student room. Yeah. I think that's all about ethics. And then another important thing about the interviews this year is that there is a split between some colleges running in-person interviews and some colleges running online interviews this year. So the colleges that are listed in the slide here are the colleges that have in-person interviews. And I believe, they're holding in-person interviews, but I just want to mention that it does not matter whether you're having an in-person interview or an online interview. You will have a very similar experience, probably 2 to 3 interviews with about 2 or 3 different interviewers, and it'll be very, very similar. And I don't think there's a very specific advantage of having an online over in-person interview. I would say please don't choose a college based on this. But yeah, if you want to read more about this, you can go to the link that is in the slide. So yeah, I'm just going to go through some tips for some online interviews and in-person interviews. So online interviews, make sure you have an organized desk. That's very clear. You don't want any distractions while you're doing your interview. So things like having a calculator. So in some interviews, you might be asked a maths question. So make sure you have a calculator with you nearby. An ID, usually they will ask you to show your ID on your screen. And pen and paper for rough notes, water, tissues, emergency contact details for your college. So yeah. Have your phone nearby in case your device crashes and you need to email your college, but have this on silent. So this is something I know lots of people are worried about, checking your connection, because what if your network fails, if you don't have good Wi-Fi connection? But honestly, you don't have to worry about this. I've worked with my college admissions team over the past few years, helping them facilitate interviews. And there's so many different, I can't even count how many times students have called up and said, like, my internet's shut down, my computer isn't working, what do I do? And they just say, it's fine, we'll just reschedule, or we'll try to, the admissions team are really, really nice, and they understand that you can go through, not everyone has the access to the same type of technology and, resources at home. So they are really understanding, and they will help you in case you have any problems. Yeah, that being said, try to make sure that you have a good connection before the call. And I think for most people, the best thing to do is probably to have your interview at school, and because you will have good connection at school and you have access to a computer and video at school. If you can find that at school, that's probably the best thing to do. Find a quiet room with a plain background. Yes. Dress smartly but comfortably. Again, it's not really important to wear like a full suit, but just wear whatever is comfortable for you. Keep good eye contact and smile. And again, with online interviews, I just want to stress again, like, if something goes wrong, don't worry about it. I've also heard some people calling up on the day of the interview saying, some people just don't turn up to the interviews, and we call them and they say, oh, I thought my interview was next week. And then they, again, get given a new date and it's fine. They attend the interview. So lots of things can go wrong, but it's nothing to worry about. For in-person interviews, if you are struggling with travel expenses, cost to travel to your interview, colleges will help you if you are in financial need. I think this is mostly for students who are currently eligible for free school meals. But if you are struggling, if you don't fall this category and you are still struggling, you can ask your college for what support they provide, and they may be able to help you. And if your interview is, for example, very early in the morning, they might give you accommodation and meals for the night before, so you can stay in college. And so if you have any questions about this, I would say contact the specific college that you're thinking of applying to and ask them for what sort of support they can provide. Okay, I think that's the end of the slides. If you have any questions, put them in the Slido.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Safa. Sorry we're running a bit late, guys, but it's lunchtime now. So we're planning to meet back here at 1 o'clock, where we'll get an admissions tutor talk by Dr. Fraz. If you guys have any questions, we'll try and catch up in the chat now and the Slido with your questions. But yeah, you can still send your questions through. I think I will keep this call running from now until 1 o'clock anyway, so that we don't lose the chat history. But if it's easier for you guys to leave the call and join back later, that's fine. But you can also just leave your cameras off and your cameras off, and your mics off, and I'll just restart it when it gets to 1. Okay. Does anybody else have anything else they want to say? That all good? Okay, perfect. Right. Okay, so you guys at 1 then. It might be good to try and, if you do leave the call, maybe join back a few minutes before so we can admit you before the talk. Okay, perfect.
Hi everyone. So we're just waiting for Dr. Fraz to join us, and as soon as he has, we'll get started with his presentation. Hi Fraz. Have you joined us now?
Hi, Devod. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Thanks. How are you?
Good. Good.
I think
I'm
I
not
lost you
in a
there a
great
second, sorry.
reception area.
Good.
So I
Okay,
think
good. I think you are cutting out a bit, sorry.
can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
It may cut in and out because I'm not in a great area, I'm afraid.
Okay, no worries. I can share the presentation, and if it cuts out at any important points, I can just let you know. If that's
Yes,
all
do
right.
you want to put the presentation on and I'll start?
Yeah. Cool. Just getting it loaded up. Okay, so just quick introduction for everybody. So Dr. Frazmir has kindly given his time today to talk about admissions at Cambridge. He's an interviewer himself, and he's at King's College, and he's also a supervisor in second year and a director of studies for the clinical school for King's College students as well. So we're going to get a lot of good insight to what really goes through, the mind of someone who is deciding whether to admit you to Cambridge or not. Let me share my screen then. Can everyone see this all right?
Yeah, can see it.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let me just mute this. Okay, Fraz, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, Dawood, I'm ready. So I can see you as well. If I cut out, just put your hand up or just say that you can't hear me, all right?
Yeah.
Right, let's start with the first slide then, in case we get cut off.
Everything all right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so let's move on to the next slide.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon all. Welcome. I'm sorry I can't be with you in a better place. I'm actually calling from Woburn Safari Park. My apologies. Long story. But this is me. In case you need me or you want to talk to me or you want to email me, you're very welcome to send me some stuff after this. Next slide.
Yeah.
So why Cambridge? I mean, presumably you're all committed to coming to Cambridge, and that's a great start to begin with. Things to say about the Cambridge course, that it's quite a traditional course. It's very science heavy. The first 3 years are preclinical, followed by the clinical years. So there is a pretty distinct split with a real strong emphasis, like I say, on science. So if you do not like basic science, your chemistry, your molecular biology, your sort of pharmacology and physiology, then this is probably not the course for you. Cambridge, I think, still do anatomical dissections in person. And as with the tradition, we have a supervision system by which you have your lectures as a big group with the rest of your university colleagues, but then you have your supervisions in college where you get sort of tuition at a much more personal level with sort of 3 to 4 to a group. You're a member of the college community, and different colleges provide different opportunities, and I'll say more about that in a minute. But the clinical course is quite new in that respect, because previously people used to go to Oxford or London. Now we keep everyone here for 6 years, and you do have a range of placements between Cambridge and also the peripheral hospitals. Next slide, Davod.
Yeah.
So when you're applying to Cambridge, it's done via the Cambridge colleges, of course. So you have to choose a college and then apply to that college. Now, a lot of people tie themselves up in knots trying to work out application data and rates and which college is more next year. But what I'd say is those can be misleading. Of course, if one college is popular this year, next year that college might be a lot less popular, and vice versa. If you have someone that's not popular this year, because everyone thinks they had low applications, they then apply to that same college next year. So what I'd suggest is that you choose a college that you like. Sorry, David, I've lost the picture, but hopefully you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you, sorry.
Okay, so choose the college that you want to choose and just go with that. And if you're not sure which college you like, then actually just go for an open application, which means that you will be sort of interviewed by one of the other colleges. I'm not going to say much about the personal statement because I think that's sort of changed now. It's all very uniform. But basically, don't worry about it too much. What I would say is if you do put stuff in your personal statement, it is fair game for the interview. And likewise, work experience is a good talking point. So if you can get work experience, that's always quite helpful. Can we get to the next slide, Davod?
Yeah.
Okay, so shortlisting with you is based on a number of things. Your form, of course, your grades, the UCAT score, we don't do BMAT scores anymore, and also your predicted grades at A level, as well as your references, and also if you've got any extenuating circumstances that might help. The one thing I would say about grades is it doesn't matter if you do 10 A levels or 6 A levels or 3 A levels. The requirement is, as I've said, 2 A stars and an A in 3 science subjects. Now, the colleges are variable at the moment around Cambridge, but we're moving towards a uniform system via which 3 sciences means 3 sciences. So physics, chemistry and biology. And actually some colleges are going to mandate chemistry and biology. So those will be the A star subjects if you like. And the third one could be physics or math. If you're doing 4, then you could do further maths as well if you like, or maths separately. But I think the point to make is people will often get given a 2 A star and A offer, but they fail to get into Cambridge because they've taken 4 or 5 A levels and they don't get the 2 A stars, okay? So I'd rather you get your grades than have 5 or 6 A levels. It's a really important point. And stick to the sciences, please. And actually, if you're shortlisted, if you come to interview, you're on par with everyone else. There is no, advantage or disadvantage at that stage. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
So the interviews are normally in early December. There's lots of myths and legends about what is or isn't in an interview and people asking some weird stuff. But bottom line is make sure you dress appropriately, be punctual, make sure you get a good night's sleep. Normally you'll have 2 separate interviews, about 20 minutes each. Now, there are some colleges that will do interviews in person, so King's is one of them. But actually, the majority of colleges now have an online interview process. So you'll have 2 interviews online with 2 separate panels, if you like. Remember, we're not trying to trick you. We ask you questions that are pretty generic. And the idea is for you to sort of think on your feet and us to sort of assess you that way. There often is no right or wrong answer. But we might give you some data, we might give you some graphs, we might give you some tables to interpret. And we're really analysing your skills, as it were. All I'd say is try and go with the flow, try and be genuine, and just try and answer truthfully. You don't know something, just say you don't know and move on to the next thing. But do try and enjoy it. People often find it's quite sort of interactive, and they quite enjoy it afterwards, even though it was quite galling. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
So in terms of outcome, you'll march on your interview, and then we look at your application process form as well. And then ultimately, we're looking at those things that I've listed. Are you suitable to do medicine? Are you going to be able to cope with a course in Cambridge? And will you be able to do well in it, given the academic nature of it? And also, would I enjoy teaching you? Are you going to be really fun and engaging, or are you going to be someone who's just very boring and sit there taking notes. And then dependent on your performance, there's an outcome. You either get a conditional offer, the 2 A stars and an A. In chemistry, biology, the 2 A stars, and then the third science. Or I'm afraid you are rejected outright. That's not the end of the world, because you always come to Cambridge afterwards, and there are other medical schools that you may want to go to. But there may be a middle category where you get pulled for consideration by other colleges. So, for instance, say we have a lot of applicants 1 year that are really good. If we feel you're still good enough to get into Cambridge, we might pull you so that other colleges who have less choice in terms of applicants may pick you up in the pool and take you that way. And that tends to happen more sort of, if you like, later on in the winter, and then also in the summer, but I won't go into the details of that. I mean, I think that's all I wanted to say, really, Davod and colleagues. I mean, I'm real sorry. I hope you've heard most of what I wanted to say. I'm very happy for you to. I'm very happy for you to disseminate the slides to any of your colleagues or attendees on the thing, but happy to answer any questions that people might have.
Yeah, if we open up for a Q&A now, if people just want to put their questions in the chat and we can read them out to Fraz, or he can read them as well, whether he can access them.
I can try and access them, but if not, perhaps you can read them out. In-call messages, yes, there we go.
Yeah.
I can't see any at the moment, is that right?
I can't see any at the moment, yeah, there's not any so far.
Good. I mean, Davod, you've been a student here. I mean, is that a fair reflection of things, or is it something else that I should say?
I think so, yeah. I think it's really important to say as well, like as you said, it's so important to show that you'd be enjoyable to teach, like, because all your interviewers are going to have some role teaching you and supervising you. You actually have to be engaging yourself, and you have to think in a way that is very teachable, and not just give up when things are difficult or when you don't know or aren't familiar with the topic.
Yeah,
a question
no, I
in the
agree
chat
with that.
now. They ask, when are the interviews and when do we get notified if we are accepted or not? So I can answer that. The interviews are going to be in December, typically in early or mid-December.
I think it's the second week of December this year.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay, second week of December this year. And then you're notified if you're accepted in January, usually towards the end of January.
That's right, right towards the end of January, because what happens is we have to do the winter pool, and then we notify people at the end of January.
Yeah. Someone's asked what the summer pool is. Do you want to discuss that?
So I wouldn't worry about the summer pool too much, but basically, say you don't get an offer, but then you get your grades in A levels, you get your 2 A stars or 3 A stars or whatever, and say, actually, look, can I still come to Cambridge? I know I didn't interview very well, I didn't get an offer at the time, but I've got the grades. And especially if you come from a background which is underrepresented at Cambridge, you may still be able to get in come the summer pool. So, I mean, normally you'll be contacted by the admissions office of the college that you applied to in the first place. We say, look, would you like to come to the summer pool? So it's not all doom or gloom, even if you don't get anything. Depending on your background, you may still be able to get a place in Cambridge by the summer pool. But I would not bank on that at all. That's a really last-ditch attempt, and it's pretty rare that people will get into that way.
Yeah, can I also add to that as well? Depending on colleges, so for example, in Keys, you have to get an A star in chemistry. So even if you got 2 A stars in an A, but you didn't get that A star in chemistry, that's when they might consider putting you in the summer pool. I know a few people had that, but you would generally get a place at different colleges.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. I mean, the university stipulates 2 A stars and an A. They don't stipulate the subjects yet, but like I mentioned in my preamble, they're actually all moving to a uniform system via which what I think will happen, maybe not this year, but next year, will be that they will stipulate you're going to get 2 A stars in chemistry and biology, and then an A at least in a third science. So rather than say, psychology or computer science, which may not be recognized, so it will be chemistry, biology, physics, maths, and further maths will be the recognized sciences, if you like. But that's still to come. I think at the moment, I'm afraid, different colleges have slightly different entry requirements. So you have to just look at the sort of prospectuses and the website to make sure. So yes, I'm afraid. So the colleges are different in Cambridge in terms of acceptance. So depending on which college you like, the offer may be slightly different college to college. But like I say, that's something we're trying to iron out. In answer to the question, do you need A star in both biochemistry and chemistry, or math will also do? At the moment, like I say, the university requirements are A star, A star, A in 3 sciences. Some colleges stipulate it has to be in chemistry, one of the A stars. Others will accept you even if it's not in chemistry. But like I say, we are moving towards a system by which everyone will be having the same requirement in due course. But I would again reiterate the importance of you checking with your individual colleges that apply to what the actual requirements are. How are interviews graded? They're graded individually. So at King's, for instance, you have 2 interviews. So there'll be 2 or 3 people in one interview who will assess you on your performance at interview. We won't confer. We'll actually mark you independently. And then in the second interview, the colleagues who mark you will mark you independently as well. And then at the end, we get together, we pull the marks, and we discuss individual candidates and give them an overall mark, if you like. And that's how it works. A ratio of candidates interviewed to offers made, I think that varies from college to college. Some of the more popular colleges get a lot more applications. And the number of students, medical students in each college is actually different too. So I see someone who's here from Keys. I think Keys have about 24 or 25 medical students per year. King's has only 8. I don't know the number of applications to Keys, but they're considered to be one of the more medical focused colleges, although all the colleges will effectively have medics in them. They are seen historically as being one of the more medical orientated ones. They may get a lot more applications. I mean, King's tends to, for instance, get about a ratio about 10 to 1 place. So we get about 70 or 80 applications per year for our 8 places. But that doesn't mean that we will shortlist everyone. For the 8 places, we'll shortlist normally a ratio about 3 to 1. So we'll have about 30, maximum about 30 odd people, maybe 24 to 32 people max that will shortlist for our 8 places. So that's how it works. Advantage of doing A-levels over IB, I don't think there is any, except that if you've of course done A-levels, you might be more familiar with the curriculum as it is, with your colleagues who have done A-levels. I think we've certainly accepted IB before, so if you've performed well in IB, that's absolutely fine too. How do we know which college to apply for? Well, Avnish, that's really up to you. So I would suggest that you come to the open days, have a look around, look on the website for all the colleges, see which one takes your fancy. I mean, when I applied to the other darker place in blue many years ago, I chose a college that was closest to the train station. So for me, convenience was the most important thing. So it may be something silly like that. So I would suggest you come and have a look around. All the colleges are quite different. The older colleges, King's and Trinity and St. John's, are very traditional buildings, very grand sort of courts. The newer colleges have much more modern buildings and perhaps might appeal to you more. I don't know. If you're in an older college, when I was a student, you had to walk across the quad in the winter to get a shower. That was not pleasant, I can assure you. So although it might look good, it wasn't very practical. So really, see what college takes your fancy, have a chat to people around you, see which one impresses you when you come for the open day, and then hopefully that will do the trick. So I think Amir has put down, looking at the college websites and having a look around, talk to lots of people. Are interviews all on the same day? No. If you come to a college to be interviewed, yes, the interviews are on the same day. They'll be in the morning or in the afternoon. But the colleges will do interviews on different days. So depending on which college you apply to, they'll be on a different day potentially, but they will be within the same week normally. What makes a good interview? I think just being rational, thinking on your feet, being straightforward and honest, as I said to you. Like I say, do not worry about not knowing the answer. What we're trying to get is for you to think on your feet and for us to try and assess how you're going to be academically and how you're going to be to teach. So I think just make sure you get a good night's sleep. Do not try and cram everything the night before and try and be something you're not. Just try and be genuine and be yourself, and you'll be fine. Can gap year students who are retaking A levels also apply? Yes, that is true. You can. So in fact, if you, if you've already got your A levels and they're really good, you can actually get an unconditional offer. So you'll say, actually, yes, we'll take you. You've got your A levels, that's fine. If you're doing a gap year and then you're applying, then of course you're in the same boat as people who have applied without the A levels in the first place. I think we just have to be sure that if you're retaking, what were the reasons why you did so not as good, why you did badly or not as good last time. So if there are extenuating circumstances, then we need to know about them. And then if you retake and you've done very well, then of course we'll give you a provisional offer like we would with other people. So I hope that answers your question, really. Rattling on, Davor, was there anything else that you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just in terms of the interviews, like as you said, like you can't really cram for it the night before or anything. I remember specifically your question for me, Fraz. It was about incretins and GLP-1, and obviously back then no one's heard of like GLP-1, but now it's a big thing with the Ozempic and stuff.
Well, of course, it's in the news everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's like you'll often be asked about stuff that you've never come across before, but you're expected to just use scientific principles, scientific thinking, and you can still answer the questions completely fine. I think the biggest mistake is people think, oh, I don't know this content, therefore I can't answer the question. But your interviewer, like you were, Fraz, you're there to guide me through it and to teach me it. Like it's not a content test, it's you teaching me and seeing how well I pick it up.
Exactly. So it's often putting you in a situation and context that you are unfamiliar with, but actually it's then working you through that problem so that actually you can call upon your skills, generic skills of analysis and interpretation, which you can then use to bear to how you approach the subject. So of course I'm not going to know detailed pharmacology from you at this stage. That's just absurd. I'm not expecting you to know everything about that at all. But it's just, like I say, working through a problem with you, and we'll support you with that and see how you listen. And that's a crucial thing I would say, actually, is that people often just go off on a tangent and then you start answering stuff that they want to answer. They'll completely ignore the sort of hints and guidance that the interviewers are trying to offer them to try and move them in the right direction. So what I'd say is just keep a very open mind. Do not get closed off and just go with the flow. Be guided by the interviewers, interact with them, and work through the problem with the hints and signposts that they provide you. Okay, so I think that's absolutely crucial. I'm not. I'm deliberately going to give you scenarios that you're not familiar with. There's no point in me asking you about. Tell me all about how glucose is metabolized by insulin, because you probably know that in your biology anyway, right? Or tell me about electron shielding, or I don't know, I can't remember now, covalent bonds or something. That's not going to happen because you should know that part of your A-level stuff anyway. How do you assess academic potential? So I think there's a number of things we look at. Obviously, if you've got great GCSEs, that tells me that you're academically able. If you've got good A-levels predicted, then clearly that is already there. So we're starting from that baseline, good GCSEs and good predicted A-levels. And then, like I say, the interview is looking more at your problem-solving skills and just putting you in a slightly awkward situation where, you might ask questions that are daft. I know people, when I was being interviewed, I got asked to talk about banana. And, it's just to put you off your stride. And you think, what the hell, why is he asking me to talk about banana? But what will then happen is they'll then take it into a different area. So they'll ask about banana, then they'll ask about what things you might think are in a banana, etc., and all that business. So it just go with it. You can't prepare specifically for it. Just get a good night's sleep. Make sure you have your wits about you. Be very open. Listen carefully and engage with what you're being asked, and you'll be absolutely fine. The other thing is, don't feel that somehow you're not good enough to be here, because actually, if you're invited for an interview, you are good enough. Right? You are as good as anyone else who's in that room that day. to come to Cambridge. So do not have the so-called imposter syndrome, where you think that somehow you fluked it into an interview and you don't really deserve to be here. Everyone has that feeling, but you are as good, if not better, than people around you. So just put that in your memory. Any other questions at all?
That might be it now, I think.
Okay, well, I shall take my leave off you then, Dawod. I'm sorry it's been a bit bitty. I hadn't realised that I'd promised to take the kids to the safari park. It's a pretty gloomy day out here, so it's not
That's
great.
right. I
Anyway.
hope you enjoy it. No, thank you so much for making time for this. Hugely appreciate it.
No, my pleasure. And like I say, I think there's my email's at the end of the presentation. If you want to send the presentation to the attendees, I'm very happy to do so. If you want to send me emails, I'll answer. Obviously, I can't tell you what's going to be in the interviews because it changes year on year.
Yeah.
And different colleges will ask you different things. So, like I say, the actual questions asked are probably not as important as how you answer them. So, just remember that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Fraz. Have a
All
good,
right,
good
all the
rest
best
of
to
your day
everyone.
as well. Thank you.
Good
Bye.
luck. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, lovely. So, the Q&A, do you think we should wait a few minutes for people to join in case they weren't able to make Fraz's talk and they wanted to come back for the Q&A?
Yeah. What time is the Q&A meant to be? 1:30?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so guys, feel free to ask any questions in the Slido, or you can just put it in the chat. I guess in the meantime, while we're waiting for questions, do you guys mind, should we go through each of our kind of like experiences of applying to Cambridge and how we found it as a student? Shall I start?
Sure.
So my interviews, I had 2 interviews at Trinity Hall. The first interview was with my director of studies and a colleague of his who actually wasn't one of our supervisors. I think she is a friend of his that just always helps out with interviews every year. But my second interview was with my first year supervisor and one of my second year supervisors. Both of mine were very science heavy. They didn't ask me anything about like my personal statement or any work experience that I'd done. I actually really enjoyed my interviews. I think afterwards I came out obviously being a bit anxious about how I'd done, but overall I had a good time chatting to the interviewers. And I also experienced, so I took the train to Cambridge the day before, stayed in Trinity Hall accommodation, and then had my interviews the same day, about an hour or 2 apart. And then in terms of my time in Cambridge, so Cambridge is tough. That I feel like that's a baseline everyone needs to just accept. And as much as people work really hard to get into Cambridge, and sometimes for some people it's like the be all or end all. Cambridge is hard work, and it's not necessarily for everyone. I have friends at other medical schools who are having such a wonderful time, and by the end of it, when we all graduate, we'll all be in the same place. No one's going to ask you as a foundation doctor, where did you go to medical school? No one's really going to care. So it doesn't matter if you wanted to apply to Cambridge and you didn't get in. As Dr. Mir mentioned, like the interviews are trying to see whether you would be suitable to thrive in an environment as Cambridge. And if you don't thrive in an environment in Cambridge, it doesn't mean that you're not going to thrive as a doctor. So, they'll spend a long time looking at your application, from your GCSEs to your A-levels to your UCAT score, and then compiling that with your interview score. And if the interviewers don't think that Cambridge is the best environment for you, then it doesn't say anything about your worth as a potential medical student. Maybe you're just more suited to a more like practical based or more clinical heavy course somewhere else. So I guess that's my general advice. Dr. Mir also mentioned just trying to remain enthusiastic and positive in your interviews, and about just like being yourself, because I think the interviewers know better than you whether you're a suitable candidate for kind of the Cambridge environment. But yeah, that's quite intense. But preclinical school was, I found it really difficult, as I'm sure a lot of medical students do. But I found the clinical side of it after third year much more enjoyable because we then get to interact with patients and you kind of feel more like a doctor. So yeah, overall, some people ask me, would I do the experience again if I had the choice? And I would say that I would do the experience again, but primarily actually, for the friendships that I've made and like, less of the academic side of things, but just more of the environment because Cambridge is a very supportive environment. I think the college system is a big advantage for Cambridge and Oxford. Because it's kind of like a close community of people. The supervisions are a great way to like ask further questions that you get from the lecture material. So welfare side of things, it's really great too. I'll pass you on. I feel like I'm rambling now. Do one of you guys want to?
Shall I go next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when I applied, I chose Gonville Keyes College because I think Dr. Mill also said it's the biggest medical college kind of in Cambridge, and there's lots of medical students there. So I just wouldn't feel that alone, and I don't. So I'm actually very happy with the college choice that I made. In terms of my interviews, I had two. Well, the first one was more like ethics wise, which is why your interviews will range depending on colleges, because most of the time they don't really ask you about the NHS and ethics. But for some reason, my first interview was all about kind of COVID and ethics and stuff. I was COVID year, so I had to do mine online, which too far, I don't have another experience to like compare it to, but it was quite nice as well because I could just like be in the comfort of my own home and just answer questions. But I feel like it's more difficult to connect with someone through a screen. So, it's definitely something you guys should take advantage of. If you do interviews, they will be in person, so you can actually connect with the interviewer. And then my second interview was just a normal kind of scientific interview. I'm in third year. I'm going into third year, so I haven't started clinical school yet. But I could tell you in terms of preclinical course, it is really intense scientifically, but it really depends on how much work you want to put in. So if it's something you're really interested in, or if you want to go into research, you can work really hard. And in Cambridge, there's so many opportunities for you to get into research or do lab work. But if it's something you're not that interested in, then you really just need to focus on passing, and passing requires a lot less effort than doing really, really well. So it's really up to you how much work you want to put in the first 3 years. I did kind of choir and drama in first year, so I didn't really prioritize my my essay grades that year. And in terms of my intercalation, I'm doing history and philosophy of science next year because I find kind of ethics and medical law really interesting. So I'm not the most scientifically oriented person, but I still enjoyed my time at Cambridge. I enjoyed the labs, the cadavers, etc., etc. So even if you wouldn't say you're the most scientific medical student, or you don't want to be a scientific medical student, you can still thrive here at Cambridge. There's so many other opportunities, and you just have to kind of learn to take advantage of them. I think that's me done. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think like with interviews themselves, I think it's really important to remember. So I don't know if any of you have already seen like YouTube videos from the past from the university, but they always have like the catchphrase of like thinking out loud, which I think is pretty much what they want you to do in the interview. And it's really like you go into the interview, you're so nervous beforehand, but the interviewers are not there to scare you or intimidate you at all. They're actually really friendly. I've not heard from anyone saying that they had a horrible, scary interview, because the whole point is that they're trying to make you as comfortable as possible, because they really want to see you doing your best in that interview, because it's such a short period of time that they're actually having an interaction with you in person or online. So they're really trying to get you to open up academically. So it's a case of just going through any thought process in your head, working through a problem that's guided by a professional, and then not necessarily getting the right answer, but it's kind of how you approach something you've not seen before and trying to utilize what's already in your head, like we've been saying. And I think, like, if you end up having interviews and then after the interview, me personally, and I think I've had a lot of other people say the same about their interview experiences, but the way you feel your interview is going can be just the complete opposite of how it's actually gone. So you could sit through all of your interviews thinking, I didn't get any of the answers right. I think I was such a mess. I've forgotten really basic things. I'd got muddled up. They know you're nervous, so just don't worry about that. Me personally, I came out of my interviews, I felt like I definitely didn't get in because I thought I'd really mucked it up, but that obviously wasn't the case. So, and I've lost count of the number of other people saying they just like made mistakes on very simple things that they don't normally do because they were nervous. But it's just really not anything to worry about after. And the only way you're actually going to know is when you see the final result in January about what's happened. If anyone else wants to add anything.
To talk about my experience of applying, I got pulled through the winter pool. So for people who don't know what that is, so I initially applied to St John's College, did my interviews there, and then I got placed in a winter pool where Churchill College then gave me an offer. So you don't know you don't know that you have been pulled until you get that offer from a different college. So I didn't know I was pulled until I got that offer from Churchill. So going back to like discussion about how you choose your college, like the ratio of people applicants to offers, I would just say, like, please don't play the numbers game. Like, don't overthink your college choice. If you are right for Cambridge, you will get pulled and you will get accepted to a college. So don't try and like play the numbers game and apply to a college that has loads of spaces, for example. Don't worry about this when you're choosing what college to apply to. Yeah, if anyone's got anything else to add or any more questions.
Safa, do you want to talk? Oh, sorry, Dawood, you can go if you want.
Okay, yeah, cheers, thank you. Yeah, I can talk a bit about my application process. I think I can talk about the interview day. Obviously, I was applying to King's and it was online back then, but now it would be in person. But I had quite a bit of a gap between my two interviews. And I chose to do them at school, and that's what I recommend. Safa talked about that quite a bit as well. And it's just a much more comfortable environment, not just because, like, obviously the technology there is going to be more consistent, the Wi-Fi there is better, but also, like, you just have your friends around you and it's easy to just get your mind off things if things are really stressful. But I remember thinking my first interview really didn't go that well, because I got a question about like the kidney or something. I never come across the kidney before at A level yet, and I never learned it that well at GCSE, so I got really confused and stumped by that. But it was more like the question was very answerable, like they were feeding me information to answer it, but I was just not really listening to them and not really taking in what I was being taught. And I think the most important thing I took away to do better in my second interview on the same day is just make note of anything they tell you, because everything they tell you is what they're expecting you to maybe apply at a later point in the interview. And that's the important part of like being there to be taught, not just to spout out any content that you've memorized and stuff. But yeah, like even if your first one doesn't go so well, like it's not to say that your second one won't. And the interviews, they don't talk between your first and second interview. So they won't tell the other interviewers like any opinion. So you have two opportunities to make good first impressions, and just one good first impression for a couple of interviewers is often enough.
Just talk about my interview experience. I'm a fourth year student at Downing College, and I was part of the COVID cohort affected by COVID, so I had online interviews. I think Downing still does online interviews, but I had a bit of an odd interview situation where I had one-to-one interviews, two interviews, and they were about 2 weeks apart. It was really odd because I think that year my college just had loads of applications and they didn't have enough interviewers, which is why they did that. But it worked out fine in the end. I had one, again, as other people have mentioned, I had one bad interview, one good interview. In my first interview, I remember being stuck on one question, and then my interviewer just looked at me and said, "Are you sure you've done A-level biology?" And that really sort of crushed my heart, because I thought, okay, I'm definitely not getting in, it's gone. But my second interview, which was about a week and a half or 2 weeks later, was a lot better, and I felt a lot more confident after that. But you don't really know until January whether you've gotten, you can't really tell. So just try your best, and that's all I can say. One thing about my experience in Cambridge so far, one thing that I've really enjoyed that not a lot of people have is the intercalation year, because I chose to do something completely different to medicine. Because as people have mentioned, the first 2 years of medicine is really, really intense. And I really enjoyed that in Cambridge. You can do something completely different to science, which if you want. And I chose theology, which is very different to medicine. We did things like philosophy, anthropology. I studied Arabic as a language. And instead of studying medicine, I was doing essays on like, do humans have free will, or really odd and abstract questions like that. And you can do that at Cambridge, and that's really, really nice. But yeah, as it has been mentioned before, it's not really for everyone. The traditional course structure might not work for everyone, but if you are interested, just apply anyway. And
Oh, I think you're muted, Safa.
yeah, I don't think I have much to say. I think the last bit got cut off. I don't know, but I think, yeah.
I think the cameras are lagging a bit for everyone. It might just be.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I had a bit to say about like the course itself. So I can talk about how obviously it's a very scientific course, and that can put people off. I originally thought all I wanted to do was just get this preclinical years over with, go and be a clinical doctor. But like Cambridge just it offers just so many opportunities to try things that you'd never considered before. So in my first year summer, I did a research placement at a lab in Cambridge, and those things are so informal. Like as you do your course, you'll meet lecturers or you'll go to talks, and you'll hear about some researcher who does some interesting work. You talk to them, maybe you go to their lab for the summer, and that's now opened up an opportunity for me to do an MD PhD now, which is unique to Cambridge. There's other places in the UK that offer it, but it's not so common. Where you take a break from medical school between 4th and 5th year, and you take 3 years out to do a PhD. It's obviously not for everyone, and people often prefer to do their PhD at a much later date, but it's just one of those unique opportunities that Cambridge offers. And if you are applying for that science aspect of it, then it's definitely an option to consider. It's not something you ever have to talk about at an interview stage or anything like that. If it's one of your reasons to apply to Cambridge, it might be worth mentioning, or in the SAQ or My Cambridge app, as they call it now. But yeah, I mean, it's something you can consider while you're at Cambridge. But it's just to say that like there's so many different paths to go down, and you can just fulfill whatever interest you have. If you're interested in HPS, for example, or more humanities-oriented stuff, you can intercalate in something like that. If you are more interested in the scientific stuff, you can do a project in 3rd year and be in a lab, and you can maybe do a PhD as well.
Great stuff. Shall we work through some of the questions? So I know Amir and Josiah have already answered the one about Cambridge and Oxford. I've lost the question, but I just wanted to add to that. So during the time I applied, so when me and Josiah applied, we applied in 2019. At the time, Oxford emphasized BMAT a lot more, so they would kind of decide who would get the interviews based off the BMAT score. That might still be the case, even though they're using the UCAT now. And like Amir and Josiah have said, Cambridge are a lot more holistic, so they'll interview a bigger pool of candidates and then kind of use your scores with your interview score together to decide if you get a place. That was probably one of the deciding factors for me as to why I applied for Cambridge rather than Oxford, because and also I want to mention that Cambridge probably emphasized GCSEs a lot more. I think that was my impression when I applied. So because I had a stronger set of GCSEs as opposed to like a BMAT score, I went for Cambridge. I mean, there are also other reasons why I decided on Cambridge. I think I went to Oxford for an open day, and I thought it was nice, but then I came to the Cambridge open day and I thought the place looked a lot nicer, probably a bit more green space here. So that's that question. There's another question in, shall we go through the chat ones first?
Actually, can I add to the whole thing about application process? I've spoken to my college admissions tutor and how he does it for Downing, and it's going to be very different for different colleges. But he explained that with the BMAT, the way they did it, so the BMAT has two main sections, and they would basically essentially rank everyone's BMAT on a spreadsheet. First, they would do like a total score ranking, and then like individual subsection ranking, and then they would like, if they were interviewing, let's say 75% of the applications, they would just say, okay, anyone in the top 75 is just automatically has an interview, and they would look at the rest of them and be like, oh, what, did they just have a bad day when they did the BMAT? Do they have really good predicted grades, and did they have a really nice personal statement? And if they do, they would just invite them anyway. And I have actually heard of people who got offers to my college who actually did quite badly in the BMAT, but they still was invited to interview, and they did amazingly in the interview and got an offer. So that can happen, but that's one way that I've heard my college do it. I don't know if they will still do it the same way with the UCAT, but I don't know if that helps. And you can see how even if you do badly in one section, they still look at your whole application.
Also, can I just answer the question on the chat about supracurriculars? So Alvira asked, how would you go about supracurriculars? Is it mostly reading that's valued or going on research placements? I don't know many people who can go on research placements because you guys are all under 18. There's lots of rules and regulations behind being in a lab, etc. Therefore, that's not really a requirement. If you remember from what I said in my presentation, what they're looking for is you reading, and reading is normally good enough, but I'm just saying to kind of go one step beyond, if you could present what you find to your teachers or your class, or even like just discussing it, or if you could find an essay competition you could include it in for, those kind of things are normal supracurricular activities. And I think especially with the teachers in the presentation, it's a lot more easier to do it because you just need to have the confidence to ask your teachers or your like whoever can help you at school if you could discuss whatever it is you read, rather because it's like really impossible to get a research placement, I'd say, at that young age. So please don't try. But I like the enthusiasm.
Yeah, I think to add to that, like what they mean by like supercurriculars is it's just you want to have something to demonstrate that you're interested like beyond your own curriculum. So it could be anything else that you've read. If you just pick something that you've found interesting so far, read a bit more around it, because I think throughout the whole Cambridge course there's such a huge emphasis on something works this way, but why does it work that way? Why does body work in this way? Why are things like that? And it goes back to science again. So if you have found like particular topics interesting during your A levels, if you just do some extra reading on, it doesn't have to be on loads of different things, just to demonstrate that you do like extra reading on things that you find interesting, because they might ask you something in the interview. They might be like, oh, tell me about something like interesting that you've read that was like kind of extra to your course. They could ask you something like that, and it's just nice to have some sort of example you can give. Or it's even good for your personal statement. You can say like, oh, I came across this and I wanted to do some more reading, or you did something during your voluntary work or work experience and then you wanted to read more about it, and then that's a really good thing you can write in a personal statement to show you're interested kind of in science on a deeper level, and you're questioning why things are the way they are.
Another, just on that point, just about further reading, there's actually a really good website called Future Learn, which provide free online courses. So I remember when, excuse me, when I was volunteering in a dementia care home, I thought a good way to kind of like show my interest in further reading was to try and do an online course based on like how to better care or understand the needs of patients with dementia. So that might be a good website to look at. They have loads of free courses on there. It doesn't. Also, if you're interested outside of medicine, there are lots of other courses. Does anybody else have anything else to say on that? Which is this for which website? Let me find a link.
I think I did one of their courses as well, actually. I think I did one on diabetes, which was very interesting. It tells you about some of the drugs they use and how they work.
Good stuff. Okay, there are some questions on the Slido. So somebody has asked, how should I select college from a small handful? I don't want to use an open application because I think some of the colleges aren't right for me. Do either Emily or Davo, do you want to answer that one?
I don't mind answering that one. So yeah, when I was choosing a college, I didn't really know which college either. The only thing I knew was that I didn't want to do an open application because there are 2 female-only colleges, and I knew that I didn't want to do that. But when choosing from the rest of the colleges, like lots of people have very random reasons why they chose. So some things to consider is that I've mentioned before are like location. Some are Cambridge is a small place, but some are like walking distance to the lectures, whereas some might be cycling distance. The size of the college. So some colleges like Peterhouse is like 80 people, whereas John's is like over 200 or something. So size of the college. The number of medics perhaps in your cohort, just again, so would you rather be part of a smaller cohort or a larger cohort? Accommodation can vary from college to college. Some colleges have accommodation all on one site for all 3 years, whereas other colleges, the different years are split up across the city. Sports, if you're particularly interested in some college sports, you can look into the college sports teams. But yeah, there's lots of random reasons. The Cambridge SU website can be quite good to give you information about each college, but just don't overthink it. Once you find a college that you like I wouldn't bother looking into the other 27 or however many there are. Just stick to that one.
I think there's another question. So someone asked, have any of you done 4 A-levels and an EPQ? What are your experiences? I'm happy to answer part of that. I did 4 A-levels, but I did not do an EPQ. So if anyone else did, feel free to add on after. But I think Fraz, Dr. Frazmir already kind of touched on in terms of how many A-levels you should pick to do. My experience was I did biology, chemistry, physics and maths for my A-levels. And like Fraz said, on paper, it doesn't give you any more advantage. And it's actually, I think it is quite a risk you're taking because the grade requirement is A star, A star, A. And then if you're having this massive additional workload from doing another A-level, which isn't actually on paper going to help your application, you're risking kind of bringing your grades down for the other subjects. So I think for the year that me and Winnie applied, there are quite a few people who still apply with like 4 A-levels anyway, but I don't think it's worth doing it if you're not too sure about how you're going to manage your workload, because when you're 13, I just found the workload was so much because of taking that extra A-level. But it depends on what you want. If you're confident enough that you can still get your offer and then do this extra A-level, then go for it. But I think there's probably more risk than benefit because it's not going to give you necessarily an advantage compared to anyone.
Yeah, I agree as well. I did 4 A-levels. But the thing is I did chemistry, maths, biology, and then I just did German, which was like my wild card A-level. And it was only because I really, really liked German at GCSE, and I was gonna quit it in year 12, but then I just enjoyed it, so that's why I did it. But for Cambridge, like when they gave me my offer, they literally said A star, A star, A star has to be in, well, I mean, for my college, it was A star has to be in chemistry and then A star A in biology or math. So they completely ignored like my 4th A-level. So I could have literally gotten like a D or worse, and they would have still accepted me. So unless you really enjoy your 4th or you feel like you can manage like time-wise to do 4 A-levels, I just wouldn't recommend doing it because there's no point. And in terms of an EPQ, I did mine on it was an ethics-based project. I did mine on maternal fetal rights. And I think if your school offers it, please take advantage of that, because it's like a great way of you to do a supracurricular and show that you've really like delved deep into it. Like you've done a presentation, you've done a project, you've read in depth. And like my first interview was basically she was discussing my EPQ with me. So, you know, you could be asked about it in your interview as well. And because it was something I really enjoyed, I was able to talk about it really enthusiastically, and I really enjoyed writing about it in my personal statement. So if you have the opportunity to do an EPQ or an extended project, I really, really recommend.
But also, I would also say, if you are, I only did 3 A levels, like the bare minimum, and no EPQ or anything. So remember that if you are only doing 3 A levels, don't feel like you're behind or anything.
100%. Yeah, I think that's the key part of it. Is like as Emily said, like 3 is enough. Do a 4th if you really want to do that subject. I did 4 and an EPQ myself, but my 4th one, I did maths, biochem. My 4th one was history, just because I enjoyed history quite a lot at GCSE. I enjoyed it at A level. I had a good teacher. My EPQ was also in history, so it wasn't medical related at all. And I talked about it a bit in my interview, but that's just because it was mentioned in my personal statement. But like, it's so important that you only do that 4th, not to like impress other people, but just because you genuinely want to and would enjoy it. I would say if you're in that situation, there's a couple hacks I'd say to kind of get ahead, because like as Josiah said, year 13 gets so busy when you have a workload like that, and the timetable hours are crazy. One thing that really helped me is I knew the start of year 13 would be so busy with personal statement, BMAT, and interviews. So in the summer, as I did my UCAT practice, I also spent time just getting ahead on maths. And I think maths is one of those things that it's probably the most independent subject, because your teachers are just going to tell you to use the textbook and do textbook questions anyway. And if you just get ahead by a couple chapters and do a couple, like literally one exercise a day or one exercise every other day in the summer, you would have banked enough time. And I was able to do that to the point that I barely touched maths beyond like going to lessons in October and November, so that I can focus on my BMAT and interviews and stuff. So I think that's generally that's a good approach to sixth form. If you know a certain period of sixth form is going to be busy, then there's nothing stopping you from getting ahead a bit and balancing out the workload.
Also, about the 4 A levels, can I add, because some people, I feel like a lot of people have been talking about how it can be a disadvantage, but in my case, it was more of an advantage in some way, because I did 4 A levels, biology, maths, chemistry, and physics, so similar to Josiah, but I was predicted 2 A stars and 2 A's, and 2 A stars were in physics and maths. And I applied to Downing, which is one of the colleges that didn't require an A star in chemistry. So because all of my A levels, 4 A levels, were science A levels, which includes maths and physics, it counted as 2 A stars. I did end up achieving 4 A stars in the end, but it didn't matter. When I was applying, I only had 2 A stars. And if I hadn't done, say, the physics A level, I wouldn't be eligible to apply to Cambridge if I still only had 2 A stars. But then again, if I did 1 A level less, I may have gotten predicted an A star in biology or chemistry. So it's different for everyone. Do it if you really want to, is the main thing, as we've all said.
Yeah, I think I was just going to add to what Devold said about kind of like maybe if you're struggling with your workload, like obviously you need rest and a break and stuff, but I think like year 12 and year 13 is like, it's definitely an important time, and it's actually such a slog. It feels like it's never ending, like you're just constantly working all the time. It does pay off and it does eventually end. Like so you still need to take breaks when you just feel like it's too much, but if you want to be more organized with your time, it definitely helps if you utilize your summer wisely. So like still take a break and, you know, have fun, do things important to you, but if you can get ahead on a couple of things, it will just make it less stressful when you start year 13, because the beginning of year 13 up until like Christmas and like until your interview's done, it's just so much of your time is taken up by application stuff that you tend to have to take a bit of a step back from your schoolwork and your studies to get after, but it just makes it less stressful if you try and do some stuff over the summer as well, if you can.
Yeah. Just a final note on this, unless anybody else wants to follow on after. So I did I did 4A levels. So I did biology, chemistry, maths, and further maths. And then in the period of applying for medical school, I was really umming and ahhing about whether to carry on further maths, because I enjoyed it as a subject, but I knew that the workload was going to be quite intense. And I actually found the period of doing UCAT, BMAT, trying to organize work experience and do all of these extra readings and stuff quite stressful. So I actually called up all of the admission tutors for all the universities I was applying for and was like, are you sure that I'll be okay with just 3 A levels? I was a bit of a paranoid student. And they all, and this is not just for Cambridge, this is for all of the other medical schools. They were all like, no, you just need 3. I think that, like the others have said, only do a 4th if you really enjoy that subject. And EPQ wise, I think I decided not to do an EPQ because of the workload as well. But that was all fine. And then there's just related to this topic, there's a question for you, Josiah, here. It says on the Slido, do you regret doing physics? I picked it as my 4th A level because I really enjoy it, but people keep warning me about the workload.
Sorry, I'm just reading it, Kevin. I picked it because you enjoy it, but I would say I personally don't regret taking it because, well, one of my maths modules, because we had to do mechanics in year 13, I found I barely had to revise mechanics because all of it was covered in my physics curriculum anyway. But it does depend on like which curriculum you're doing, which exam board you're doing, and like what topics overlap. I think physics and maths do go hand in hand, like maths and further maths. So doing physics helps your maths, and a lot of physics is maths anyway. I personally don't regret taking it because I liked doing it, and my advice would be to think about what your experience has been so far with physics in year 12 and like with AS level. If you find it's something you're struggling with, then or you're worried, if you found it's been a lot of work, physics on its own already, and you're having to put a lot more time into physics compared to your other subjects, and it's not something that's been particularly easy for you, then I would not recommend keeping up with it because it just won't really add anything for you. And it also depends on how you're doing with your other A levels, because if you're doing biochem and maths as well, if you end up applying to somewhere that might require a specific A star in bio and chem, but you're finding it more difficult to get your grades in those subjects, if you don't take physics, you could put more time into that to actually meet the requirements. So I would say decide on that based on how you're getting on with physics so far and how you're getting on with the other subjects too, because it's likely to kind of reflect how you're going to go later on in year 13 as well. There's a question about PhD.
Oh yes, Davor, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah.
On Slido. If you can't see it, it says, do a lot of people apply for the MB PhD?
Okay, so yeah, I can answer that. It's not as popular as you think. Well, I don't know, maybe you think it's not that popular, but like maybe every year around 20 to 30 people apply. It has been increasing year on year. I think for my cohort, 30 people applied, and every year around 10 to 15 get in because there's quite limited funding for it. But in a sense, it's very self-selecting. Like it's not a very popular option because it does put you behind by 3 years essentially. But it's still an option that's there, and like your supervisors and director of studies will support you if you want to make that application as well.
Cool. Amir, do you want to answer the one about EPQ? There's a question in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
What exactly counts as an EPQ? Is it a really long essay on your topic? Yeah. It's basically like I think about 5,000 word essay. that, you know, you have to have like a teacher supervisor as well to kind of like check and like make sure that you're, you know, exploring the topic, etc. Because you can't really do it on your own. You have to have some help from your teacher. So it's normally something your school offers. So if your school doesn't offer it, I don't really know how you'd be able to do it. I'm sure maybe someone else has the answer to that. But yeah, it is just basically a long essay. But you should also ask your teacher if you can present on it as well, because it's just, I just think it's just a nice like extra way of just making sure that you know how to discuss things on the topic. And it's great practice for your interview, but you don't need to present on it if you don't want to.
Someone's asked any book recommendations. So I guess that ties in with like personal statement and like super curriculars. I think my personal opinion on this with like reading books and stuff, I would say maybe steer clear of, you know, the very generic books that all medical, well, prospective medical students read. So, well, if you just Google like common ones, it'll be, I don't know, The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. Not that they're not good books, and if you want to read them anyway, like just read them. But I'd say, I don't know, it's just my personal opinion is like, if I was reading like personal statements and then these are the same books that all students are reading all the time, I would get a bit tired of reading about them in the personal statements. I think personally for me, the book I chose to read was just more of a science-based book, which was related to like medical conditions I'd seen whilst on work experience. So I came across a lot of patients with cancer. So I decided to read more on oncology, and it was just like just any other book, but it was interesting to me. I think it's more important that you're making it relevant to what you do and like your journey in deciding to apply to medicine, rather than, you know, loads of people read this book, I'm going to read the same book. It gets a bit samey same if you've got thousands of people writing about the same book in their statements. Yeah, that's just my opinion.
I just want to add to that as well. I didn't read a book. I'm obviously saying like that you shouldn't read books because I didn't read books, but I just find with books it's just it's very time consuming. So unless you really enjoy the book and you really want to read it, only then should you read it. Because I just think, because I look at so many personal statements and people are talking a lot about generic books, that, as Josiah was talking about, like When Breath Becomes Air, etc. And it just doesn't really make you stand out in comparison to other medical students. You should find a book in a niche that you actually enjoy, and a bonus point if it's linked to like your work experience, or like as Josiah said. So that's just my personal opinion. But if you haven't read a book, don't worry. Like there's so many other things that you can talk about in your personal statement.
Very nice. Davos put some really good suggestions in the chat. There's another question on the Slido. Would you recommend taking maths, biochem, and psychology, as I'm debating on whether to take psychology or French? I really enjoyed them at GCSE for A-level. So personally, so maths, bio, and chemistry is plenty enough to get you into Cambridge. Psychology is purely if you enjoy it. I know one of my friends at my college, he didn't do biology, he did maths, chemistry, English, and history, I think. So he only had 2 science subjects. But he's really loving the course. I wouldn't say it puts you at a disadvantage to not do 3 sciences. But in your case, you've already got the maths, bio, and chemistry, so that's fine. And then you just have a look at the college website as to whether they require a certain grade in like chemistry, for example. I think sometimes people have a misconception that biology is really important for medicine, but chemistry is probably the more important one. Okay. Does anybody else have anything to add to that?
I just want to say, because I remember speaking to like an admissions tutor on this, the reason why they value chemistry so much is because chemistry is considered like such a tough A-level that it shows if you can like get through it, you like show you're very resilient. Even though, I mean, it obviously depends on the individual, because I really like, I don't know, I found maths the most hard, but apparently chemistry is considered very tough and very application based as well, because biology is more you kind of like read the textbook and read like your lesson notes and then like kind of talk about it in the exam or answer questions, whereas chemistry is like a mixture of maths, like, you know, organic is like more descriptive, etc., describing things. So I think that's why they rank chemistry so highly.
Okay, and then another question. So, in terms of motivations for studying medicine, how do you deal with not having a single experience that made you want to be a doctor, e.g., sick family members? Does somebody want to take that one?
I think with like motivations to study medicine shouldn't be based on like one episode or experience you've had. Like, I think it's very much an informed journey where you're looking to seek ways to find out more about what it's like and what you like doing, whether they align, and what you're good at, demonstrating that. And that's kind of why you come to a conclusion, like in your personal statement. It's like a reflection of this journey you've taken. So you're enjoying these subjects at school, which are scientific, so you're thinking about being a doctor. What does that actually involve? What do you know about that? What have you read? Do you find it interesting even beyond your curriculum? Do you read about other things? Have you met other people and found that you've really enjoyed speaking with them? Have you had rewarding experiences where you've helped people and then that made you realize you want to keep doing things like that? Because I'd say, like, it is generic, but it's also true. Like, medicine is a mixture of, you know, liking science and then liking helping people. I'd say it's like the two core things about doing medicine. So it's more about the journey of learning about those two different things, whether that suits you, because medicine gets such a, like, it's so idealized because it's well respected, not actually here, but well paid is the idea, and people go in thinking, oh, it's this amazing thing I really want to do, but you know, there are a lot more realities to actually doing medicine. It's really like a lifelong commitment, and it's such a hard-working lifestyle, and it's kind of seeing, are you up to doing that? Are you committed enough? And it's not just sunshine and roses, you know, like TV shows saving people's lives. It's not like that. It's actually a very hard career that you need to be resilient and keep going with.
Does anybody else have anything to add on top of that?
I'd like to say, in terms of like, people worry about work experience a lot, and like having that motivation. A lot of people rely on work experience for that. But you know, even like Dr. Mir said, like, work experience is good, but it's not essential. And people are very understanding, and admissions are very understanding how difficult it is to get work experience. And often it also does favor people who already have maybe family or family friends already working in medicine or in a hospital. And admission teams were perfectly aware of that. So I think the key point is, like, they're not looking for work experience necessarily. They're looking for a realistic view of what it is to be a doctor. And work experience is one great way to learn that. But there's also plenty of resources online. And there's probably a doctor that you can speak to without shadowing as well to kind of learn about that too. And you don't have to get work experience to not have a rosy view of medicine. And I think that's the key thing. And if you're able to demonstrate that through your wider reading, and we talk about wider reading, and we've been talking about a lot of books, but that can also just be podcasts, that can be videos, it can be documentaries. There's a lot of very good documentaries, some of them in Addenbrooke's Hospital on BBC iPlayer as well, about being a doctor, being a surgeon. And that kind of enrichment is enough to show that you have a realistic view of what it is to be a medic and what you signed yourself up for as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just something I thought about, because lots of people just worry about the whole 4 A-levels thing. If you really can't make your mind up about whether to do 3 or 4, you know, it's not the end of the world if you start year 13 on 4 and try it out for like a month, what the work is like. You can always just drop your 4th one halfway through, you know, and then keep your school informed as obviously along the way. can always just try it out. It's not like before you start year 13, you need to know for sure whether you're going to continue. Just try it out and see how it goes. Yeah, if you really, really want to try it.
On David's note on podcast, I'm going to put a plug to a podcast that is by Dr. Amy Burbridge. She's a ED consultant, and she basically talks about clinical cases with other doctors. They're very short, only maybe like 10, 15 minutes. They are very clinical cases. So if you listen to them and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm not sure what's happening, then that's completely fine. But it's more of just like a flavor of what life is like as a doctor to discuss cases with other people. And I find that it's quite a nice informal talk. Let me just put it in. If you guys also have resources or podcasts that you'd recommend, go for it. On the note of the last question, I've lost the Slido. Motivations for studying medicine. It made me think about how more in my MMI interviews, so not my Oxford interviews, I was asked like, oh, so how do you know that you're set on medicine? How do you know that you didn't want to go and study like nursing or you know, become a paramedic and things like that? So I think, I guess before I answer that question, like the others have said before, it's not really a single point where you're like, okay, I know I want to be a doctor. It's more of like having a realistic view of what a doctor is like, showing that you're passionate to study medicine, and kind of taking more of a leadership role when you are going to your studies and then when you qualify. Because I guess the main difference between, for example, like a pharmacist or a nursing student or, you know, a medical student is that doctors probably have a bit more, they have a bigger weighting on like the medical decisions that are made for patients. And they probably learn a lot more about the physiology and the anatomy and kind of all the drug sides of it. For me, when I was deciding whether I wanted to study medicine, I actually mentioned in my personal statement that I only made the decision after doing work experience. It wasn't necessarily, I want to do medicine, hence I'm going to seek out work experience. It was more reflecting on the fact that I'd actually really enjoyed this work experience. And I just said it because of that. Not a lot of the general stuff where people are like, you know, I'm interested in biology and chemistry and I like helping people, because everyone that's applying to medicine hopefully likes to help people. So make it unique to you and your work experience. Trying to think of anything else to say for that. Does anybody else have anything to add?
I would just say don't stress too much about having a really, really good reason why you want to study medicine. Like, just basically everything we've said so far, your experiences, work experience, in scientific interest, that should all pretty much be reason enough why you want to do medicine. As long as you can back it up, it's fine.
Yeah, I think especially with personal statements, some students can be quite dramatic and really overdo it, being like, I've got this amazing reason, or they're really just trying to force it or be something that they're not. I think the reason it's called personal statement is personal to you. You need to be really honest about your reasons for why you actually want to do it. It doesn't need to be some glamorous story. As long as it's honest, then that's genuinely just the reason why you want to do it. And that's what they're actually looking for.
Very nice. There are currently no more questions in the Slido unless I've missed any. Let me double check. Does anybody else have anything just generally that they want to talk about? If not, that is okay. Just going back to the question about, you know, which college to go for. So I actually made my decision to go to Trinity Hall. So it's a very central college. It's very hidden away actually, because it's by like all of the main colleges like King's and Trinity. So I don't think a lot of the general public know that it's there. I didn't actually visit it on the open day. But when I came to making a decision, I think I wanted quite a central college, and it's quite a small college. But I think, like others have said before, don't stress too much about which college. Honestly, I've never talked to anyone who's been like, oh, I actually dislike this about my college. Everybody loves their college. Everybody thinks their college is the best. So it's okay. Open application. I'm trying to think of the advantages of open application. I don't know if you guys have any insight. I guess mainly it's if you're not sure which college and you don't really mind where you're going to be placed. And also a lot of people here actually, they apply to one college and they get offered a place at a different college. So even if you are really dead set on a college, it might not be the one you end up going to. So in general, all of the colleges are great. But if you do have a preference, there's no harm in putting it down in your application and interviewing there. I think Emily said earlier as well, don't focus too much on the numbers because at the end of the day, after the colleges interview you, they will then share kind of like the information between colleges to see if they're eligible for like the winter pool and then the summer pool. So don't worry too much about stats.
Yeah, I think when you're picking a college, just if you can, go to some open days to see what they're like, because seeing stuff in person really kind of, like when you see the atmosphere, what it's like in college, what it's like with the students around, sometimes people are just there like, I just really liked it here, so I applied here, I wanted to. And also like read on their website what kind of stuff they've got that's important to you, you know, whether it's small or big, what societies and things like that, what's close by in town. You know, if you don't want to be cycling everywhere, then do you want to be somewhere more central, or do you want to be out of the busy town? So just read around everything else, but yeah, don't go on the stats like Winnie said, because the pooling system, the whole point of the pooling system is to kind of even everything out. So if one college is really oversubscribed with loads of really good applicants, and then another college isn't very popular, they just even it out. So the quality is the same everywhere, essentially.
Yeah, and there are advantages of being at colleges further out from the centre as well. So one of the furthest colleges is Girton, and a lot of people are put off by it being so far out. It's probably around a 15-20 minute cycle, I think, from the centre, but they themselves have really great facilities. Like they have a pool. I don't think any other colleges have a pool. Like you could essentially be a Girtonian student there and only just come in for your lectures. Everything else is pretty much there. Whereas like you might not get that at other colleges. Okay. There are a few more questions. Somebody's put in the Slido, what happens if you don't get an A star in chemistry when your college specifies it in your offer?
So as I said, you would be put in the summer pool. So you probably will still get a chance to go up to Cambridge. Obviously, that might not be guaranteed if that is a specific requirement. But I think 80% of the time, the college just kind of puts you in the pool, and then another college that didn't have that requirement will just take you in if they have more space. Because for Keys, I have a few friends that are in a different college now and they really love it, but it was only because they didn't get an A star in chemistry, but they all still ended up in Cambridge, just in a different college. So that's what would probably happen.
Someone asked, is there a chance that we apply to a college and the interview is at a different college? As far as I'm aware, the pooling happens after interviews, not before them. So the college you apply to is, well, I think as a generic rule, the university typically say they interview 80% of applicants. So there's a good chance of getting an interview because they like to try and kind of see everyone if they can for interview. So the college you do apply to will most likely, well, if you do get offered an interview, it will be the same college you applied to that you'll be interviewed at.
Great stuff. Have we talked about the summer pool? I know Dr. Mir mentioned it. I could say a few things about the summer pool, but I'm just worried I'm going to be repeating. But I have a friend who got in through the summer pool, and she said that, so on her results day, so she got the rejection letter in January, but then she did really well in her A-level. She got like the minimum, like 2 A stars and A. And then actually a different director of studies reached out to her on results day and was like, oh, we'd be really happy to offer you a place at our college. And then she had to just quickly sort some stuff out on UCAS because she was intending on going to a different university. So it can be really flexible on the day. So if you're very set on Cambridge and you don't get an offer, then don't lose all hope. There are still ways of getting in without having initially getting that offer.
I think, sorry, just to add to that, I think some years ago I did some some mentoring for students applying to Cambridge for medicine, and then I remember there was one student, she got an interview offer, she did the interview. Afterwards they did reject her, but they said, I can't remember the name of it, but I think it was to do with offering a place for the summer pool. So they said, if your grades are good and meet the requirements come August, then we can offer you a place. So even if you don't get accepted at first, like when you said, there are still opportunities. You can still work hard at your A levels and then be offered something if you've been given that that conditional offer. I think it's because they tried to fill the spaces of people who had solid offers that perhaps missed their grades. So they fill it with other students who were interviewed and did meet their grades but weren't given that offer initially. And then that way some students do get into Cambridge and they find out in August.
Nice. Just I'm not ignoring the other question on Slido, but just answering the questions that are related to each other. So Avnish has asked in the chat, so if a college in Cambridge accepts more people, is there a better chance in getting into that college compared to another? Is that how it works? Does somebody want to take that? I'm just going to quickly nip to the toilet. I'm sorry. You guys could take over for a second.
No, at the end of the day, you're kind of trying to play the numbers game, which I think Emily said you really shouldn't do, because college, you know, they take a certain number of people, but it really is dependent on your year, like how many people are actually applying to each of the colleges. And there is no way you're going to know how competitive your college or as the college you're applying to will be. If you want to play that game, you can apply to that college, but I just don't think it's a very good idea. But yeah, I don't know what anyone else has to say about that.
I think bottom line, it's making no difference because what they're basing it on is you as an applicant, not what the numbers are. You know, they'll be looking at how you perform your application, all of the things on your application holistically, and then the numbers is what they sort after. So they're not accepting or rejecting you, being like, oh, 30 people applied to this college, you are one of many, but we can't take you because 30 people applied there. That's not how it works, because let's say there were 30 really good applicants, but they've only got like, let's say 15 spaces. They will still look objectively at how good those applicants are and then shift them towards other colleges if they want to. And those colleges will be the ones that perhaps didn't receive as many applications. So they are picking the same standard essentially across students and just filling up the spaces uniformly across what's available in the colleges, if that makes sense. We've got a nice question about what's your favourite thing that you're currently learning about? Does anyone want to chime in on that? Or
I can talk about. I mean, it's a hard question because everything we learn is a bit difficult and it's a bit challenging. But when you're having to write an essay on it, you can easily forget that you enjoy it. But so last year for my intercalation, I did PDN, which is physiology, development, and neuroscience. And within that, I did neuroscience. One thing I found really interesting is the visual system and learning about that. Like, how do we recognize objects? And it was cool because they drew comparisons with like how like AI these days, like how computer vision models work and how, to an extent, they're analogous to how systems work in our brain as well. That's just one thing I enjoyed, but obviously it's different for everyone.
yeah, I think that's nice. I think yeah, that's a nice addition from like the preclinical side. From a clinical school point of view, like so from 4th to 6th year, you're on placements in hospitals, actually seeing patients. So I'd say my favourite thing that I've just done this week was I was on placement in one of the hospitals in Cambridge called Papworth, and it's quite different because in your final year, the teaching's very focused around very practical things that you're going to be needing to do in a year's time. So it's very practical advice on like what you need to do in this emergency, which people you need to contact, you know, what are the first steps you need to do with like stabilizing a patient that's right in front of you. So it's very hands-on, and it just also feels so much more interesting because first to third year is hard. It's interesting because it's theory, it's interesting theory, but fourth to sixth year is interesting because it's like, you know, you're actually doing something and you feel useful. Yes. Winnie, we were just on the what's your favorite thing you're currently learning about? Feel free to add to that, or we can go.
Have you guys answered that one already?
Yeah, just anyone chime in if you want.
What is my favorite thing that I'm learning about? I'm very interested in pediatrics. So we're currently not doing pediatrics, but last year in fifth year, where they introduced all of those rotations, I really enjoyed those and like doing developmental assessments with little kids. Does anybody else want to talk about what they're enjoying?
No.
There is a question in the Slido about King's Lynn, which I can answer because I am currently at King's Lynn. So the question is, during your clinical placements, for example, in King's Lynn, do you commute every day, or are you expected to find your own accommodation and live there during term? So this is a really good question. So when Cambridge kind of like give you your timetables in fourth, fifth, and sixth years, some of you will be placed on like regional placements. So could be in King's Lynn, could be in like Ipswich, Peterborough, Bedford. And it really just depends on whether you want to. So because King's Lynn is quite a way away, it's about an hour and 10 minutes drives from Cambridge, they offer you accommodation there. So really you're able to stay there for the full, because we get our blocks in like 6 weeks. So you're able to stay there for the full 6 weeks, and Cambridge will pay for your accommodation there. So you don't need to worry about sorting it yourself or forking out any more money. However, there are some people that have placements in Stevenage, and that's a lot closer to Cambridge than other places. So some people will decide they want to commute and they don't want to take up the offer of the accommodation. So currently my routine is driving to King's Lynn on a Sunday evening and then doing the placement for the week and then coming back Friday afternoon. And you can do that, or you can just stay in King's Lynn for the full time. Does anybody else want to add?
Which no one does. Literally no one stays there.
Yeah, most people come back during the weekends to Cambridge for like social things.
For fourth to sixth year, what I would say like pretty much everyone does. I don't know anyone who doesn't. Like what everyone does is like they have their Cambridge-based accommodation, whether that's at college or, you know, private with a group of friends that you've chosen to live with, and then placement on paper is Monday to Friday. So if you're away like in King's Lynn or Stevenage, you commute there before you start. So lots of people go on like a Sunday evening so that they can start on Monday, and then they'll come back to Cambridge because, well, I think everyone just prefers to come back to Cambridge on the weekends, see their friends, and then just go back when they need to go for placement. If it's close, like when he said, you can choose to commute every day if you want, but that's just an individual choice, and whether you want to, you know, spend the money for commuting back and forth every day.
Mm-hmm. Where is everybody else placed on Cambridge?
I'm in Ipswich for next year.
Okay. And how about you, Safa?
Stevenage.
Stevenage. And are you commuting every day, or are you staying there?
I don't have a car, but I have friends who do, so
okay.
I probably might share with them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Devil, I'm actually in Ipswich for next year as well, so I'll probably bump into you.
Okay, yeah. Is it a nice hospital? Have you been before?
Yes, I was in Ipswich for fourth year.
Nice.
The best doctor's mess there is.
Really?
Yeah.
Loads and loads.
The doctor's mess is just where all the doctors hang out for the students. But yeah. How about you and Mia? Where are you?
I'm not going to Clin School next year.
Okay, fine. And Emily?
I'm in Peterborough.
Peterborough, okay, very nice. So yeah, you can see that all of us are kind of placed in different areas. Josiah's mainly staying in Cambridge this year, and I'm mainly in King's Lynn. Okay, there's another question. So would international students face more difficulty in getting clinical attachments as well as internship/housemanship opportunities?
Getting clinical attachments, not at all. That is just, there's no discrimination at all between international and home students. It's not a case of getting clinical placements. Everyone's just randomly allocated a placement that they need to go to. It's not based on performance or anything like that. It's not like you're competing to be put somewhere that you actually want to be. You don't get a choice largely on where you go for placements. In terms of internship,
Is this question, sorry to ask for the clarification, is this talking more about work experience? Because as rightly Josiah has said, if once you get into medical school, there's no differentiation whether you're a home or an international student, which placements you'll get.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm not sure if you mean work experience
So
or...
I can say when I applied, I had a bit of a situation where I was classed as international, but by the time I started the course, I would be a home student. So when I was applying, a lot of universities treated my application as an international application, and there is a bit of complication that comes with that. In that, the country sets certain limits for each university on how many international medical students they can take in. For Cambridge, I think it's about 20. So every single college will either have no international students or one, or maybe two for the larger ones, but it's quite small. So you're competing with larger group of people. But once you get in, I don't think there's any difference in how you're treated. You still have access to all, even if you're talking about placements and internship opportunities, all students will still have access to the same kind of college support and college funding that you can get to access these things. But yeah, it's just when you apply, there's some differences, and you're competing. It's a bit more competitive, I think. But yeah.
Lovely. So the clarification is post-graduation for 2 years. Oh, as it disappeared. Post-graduation for 2 years housemanship. So like foundation years. I'm actually not 100% sure on the answer. I know, so in the last 2 years of your medical school, the NHS does fund your kind of like your studies. So rather than getting funding from student finance, it comes from the NHS, which I think means that for F1 and F2, we have to work for the NHS. You can obviously opt out of funding from the NHS, and then I think you have a bit more freedom of where to go for foundation years. I'm not sure. I think it also depends on like the rules in the country that you're living in. So I know some places like Singapore may have requirements where you go back to Singapore and work for a certain amount of years. But I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I think that would be a question more accurately answered by, so when you come to the time of applying for F1, F2, if you directly ask your question to the people who run that program that you're applying to, when you do your F1, F2 application, they'll be able to provide you with the correct and up-to-date information, because applications also kind of change from year to year, and like the procedures, the regulations, the rules around them. Like for me and Winnie's year, it's already changing, and you need to be up to date with the current information. Even if we tell you something now, it might not be reflective of what it would be like for you once you come to that point.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm aware that we are at the end of the event technically. So if any of you guys on the committee want to go because of other commitments, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for your help on this. But I'm very happy to stick around if anyone else has got more questions. Let me just share my screen. There's a feedback form that we would really appreciate you guys filling out. It just kind of gives us an idea of what works the most for next year's presentation. And it will also mean that we can, because it provides us with your email, we can send you the slides directly, which we might not be able to do without the feedback form. So let me just share my slide. So this is the QR code, this one here. So if you could fill this out, we would greatly appreciate it. I think there should be a recording up by the end of the day or by tomorrow, hopefully, of the event. Just double check if there are no more questions. And you're also very welcome to reach out to us via our email. We do have a website, which I think will be linked in the email that we send to you. Does anybody else have anything else to add? Just double checking there's no more questions. Okay. Right, lovely. Maybe we shall leave it at that then. Thank you so much again for you guys helping out. And thanks, guys, for sending in your questions. We hope it was a useful event. Okay.
Yeah, good luck, guys, and look after yourselves. Make sure that you eat, you sleep, you do what you need to do to relax. I promise it gets easier after. So yeah, thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you so much for coming. I'll just let it run just a little bit in case anybody else has more questions.
I'm going to have to head off, but thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much, Davod.
Thanks,
No
Davod.
worries. Thank you guys as well. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
How many people are left? We have...
Is it just us now?
I think so. Okay. Shall we end it there then, guys? Thank you so much for helping. Josiah, do you need to end the recording before I stop the meeting?
Yeah.
Or...
Okay, hang on.
Okay.